On Zoom says he has assurances from the Bears he'll be the starting quarterback in 2021, and he is excited about the roster, the mix of leadership and the young talent. Says he had several options in free agency, really the first time he had true free agency to start the new league year, but starting here was one of the main reasons he wanted to come here, and the place, he said, quote, definitely the place I wanted to be. And part of that consideration, obviously, being a starter. Not certain what the role now for Nick Foles, but he does know Nick Foles, both from Texas, and appreciates the fact that they are teammates at the moment. Meanwhile, while that's going on, a report by Adam Schefter from ESPN Kenny, the Sabrita product reportedly spent yesterday with general manager Ryan Pace and head coach Matt Nagy. He is now in New York meeting with the Giants, so it appears the Bears are interested in the local product from the South Side. They re-signed long snapper Patrick Scales, while former Bears quarterback Mitchell Trubisky lands as a backup quarterback with the Buffalo Bills on a one-year contract to back up Josh Allen. Mike Glennon, another former Bear quarterback, signs with the New York Giants. Philip Lindsay out as the Denver running back, the Pro Bowler, let go today. Veteran tight end Jared Cook signs with the LA Chargers. The Raiders asking Marcus Mariota, their quarterback, to back up to take a pay cut, but that may not end well, and he may hit the free agent market. NCAA men's basketball tournament gets underway with the play-in game today. There's three of them. Texas Southern takes on St. Mary's to start the activities before Illinois. Locally, anyway, Illinois and Loyola get our attention tomorrow. With sports on your home for the Bears, Jeff Joniak, News Radio 105.9 FM.
WBBM News Time 2:48. Traffic and weather together on the 8s, and here's Claire Lane.
We're still seeing traffic westbound 8094 from Klein to the Bishop Ford. This is all due to a crash that's still sitting on the left shoulder just as you get onto the northbound Tri-State from 8094 past the Ford. Southbound on the Tri-State, heavy from the O'Hare extension to the Bensonville Bridge, and eastbound on 8094, tied up from Burr all the way to Broadway. No tie-ups on the Edens. Kennedy out 12 to Montrose, 8 in the Express. It's about 32 to O'Hare. Slower coming in on the brakes from Irving. 45 minutes from O'Hare, that's 35 coming in off the Edens. Up on Ike, we're busy. 30 to Manheim, 43 to 390, about 42. That's coming in from 390, 25 minutes from Manheim. Outbound side of the Stevenson, heavy, Damon to Cicero, 35 to hit the Tri-State, 45 to 355. Inbound a little bit slow as you hit the inbound Dan Ryan ramp. You've got ongoing road work, so that's 32. Coming in from Veterans, 22 minutes. To get to the ramp from the Tri-State, Dan Ryan headed out, pretty sluggish, about 32 to hit the split, inbound 23. 57 in the Bishop Ford, not too bad. Lakeshore Drive, still slow both ways. Southbound Michigan down to Chicago. And northbound as you pass Navy Pier, starting to fill in at westbound 80. This is from US 30 most of the way to Briggs. And through Tinley Park, 191st Street remains blocked just west of Harlem. This is due to a crash, unfortunately, involving a downed light pole or utility pole, so it's going to take some time for crews to mend, and that's why you should consider an alternate. 183rd will work for you, and if you want to work for us, you can call the WPBM Duncan Traffic Tip Line. That's 855-780 Road. Next traffic report, 258, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back to with the forecast for the rest of today. The rain moving out, clouds parting. Could see some sunshine in the northern suburbs, but still windy, gusting up to 40 miles an hour. High today of 43. We have 43 degrees right now at O'Hare under partly sunny skies at 250.
CBS News special report. President Biden at the White House moments ago announced that the U.S. is about to reach the threshold of administering 100 million COVID-19 vaccines. It will come on Mr. Biden's 58th day in office, much quicker than many expected.
Behind these 100 million shots are millions of lives changed when people receive that dose of hope. Grandparents can hug their grandchildren again. Frontline workers who can show up at their jobs without the same fear they used to have.
And Mr. Biden gave some specific numbers.
8 weeks ago, only 8% of seniors, those most vulnerable to COVID-19, had received a vaccination. Today, 65% of people aged 65 or older have received at least one shot.
And Mr. Biden told the American people now is not the time to let down. CBS News special report. I'm Steve Futterman.
It's 2:51. A controversial big-name political figure is making quite a splash in a relatively small suburban race this week. The story from WBBM political editor Craig Dellamore.
An online ad features Orland Township candidate Scott Casper and a friend dining and criticizing Township Supervisor Paul O'Grady, the man Casper's trying to one seat. Suddenly, ex-Governor Rod Blagojevich joins them.
I couldn't help it over here. You talking about politicians getting in trouble. Well, I know something about that.
Blagojevich blasts O'Grady and offers advice to voters.
I would tell them to say to Paul O'Grady, you're fired.
Paul O'Grady was in disbelief.
I just find it ironic that Scott Casper would get, Rod Blagojevich, the king of pay-to-play, to falsely accuse me of allegations in this campaign.
He questions Casper's judgment. Craig Dellamore, News Radio, 105.9 FM.
Be sure to download the radio.com app to hear WBBM anytime, anywhere, or remember to ask your smart speaker to play WBBM News Radio. We'll check the markets coming up from Bloomberg in a little over 60 seconds. They're falling as we wind down the trading day. It's 2:52.
Hi, Rick Edelman here. Want to financially secure retirement? There's a lot to consider, and if you've never tackled the topic of retirement security before, it can be a little intimidating. So call us at Edelman Financial Engines, 888-PLAN-RIC. That's 888-PLAN-RIC.
Today, every business is digital. From SEO to e-commerce, AmericanEagle.com delivers innovative website design, development, and digital solutions, driving business growth for their clients. AmericanEagle.com's 20-year partnership with WeatherTech, the global leader in some of the most innovative products in the automotive protection industry, focuses on building and maintaining an e-commerce platform that converts their website traffic into sales revenue. Their e-commerce platform provides a great user experience, accelerating WeatherTech's tremendous growth over the last 2 decades. A customized mobile app that works on any device provides that same satisfying e-commerce experience. AmericanEagle.com provides website design and development and e-commerce solutions for all kinds of businesses in many different industries. When your business needs to think more digital, talk to them. AmericanEagle.com, building your digital mindset. Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK or visit AmericanEagle.com.
It's 2:53. Let's get the latest now on the markets from Bloomberg and Elisa Parenti.
Rob, we're looking at some of the lowest levels of the session, with the Dow now sinking 143 points, back down to 32,871. NASDAQ falling 3% or 404 points, and the S&P is now tumbling 1.5% or 57 points. The Wintrust WBBM Chicago Index from Bloomberg is now lower by 1 2/3%. So a big downward departure from yesterday's record highs for the Dow and S&P, and it comes amid inflation concerns that's prompting this big sell-off for the composite and resulting in bond yields on the rise. Last week, more workers lost their jobs than expected. First-time claims for jobless benefits jumped to 770,000, up by 45,000 from the week before. Before the pandemic struck, we never saw more than 700,000 applications in any 1 week. A huge pullback today in crude oil futures, also on inflation concerns, down in extended trade now by more than 8% to 59.22. No losses suffered in last month's winter storm in Texas were more consequential than the dozens of lives lost. But today, insurance giant Northbrook-based Allstate is detailing its financial cost of the storm. The company says the storm itself and the big freeze and power outages that came with it have resulted in gross losses of about $1.3 billion. With business now at 23 and 53, live from Bloomberg, Elisa Parenti, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
0% on select makes and models to qualified buyers with approved credit. See dealer for details. Ends 3/31/21.
At Patrick, promises made are promises kept, with more great luxury brands to choose from and a huge selection of new and used vehicles. Get 0% financing on select makes and models. And best of all, enjoy the Patrick Direct buying experience. Shop online and get contactless delivery. It's a Patrick thing. Visit PatrickCars.com.
Patrick Promise! Now is the perfect time to get a complimentary wealth planning review from a Fidelity representative. They can discuss ways to help grow and protect your wealth, from year-round tax-smart guidance to finding the balance between risk and reward across all your investments. Schedule an appointment to learn more about Fidelity's one-on-one approach to wealth management. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC.
I'm Dr. Andrea Russo, a cardiologist. Maybe you're waiting to talk to your doctor right now. But if you're having an irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, don't wait. This could be a serious condition like atrial fibrillation, which can make you about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you're having these symptoms, don't wait. Talk to a doctor by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Get a free honey butter chicken biscuit at Wendy's this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Because as the official breakfast of March Madness, we've invented Biscuit Ball. The game with only one rule. Score a free honey butter chicken biscuit at Wendy's. No cash. During breakfast hours this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
No purchase required. Limit 1 free honey butter chicken biscuit per person per day, March 18 through 2021. Only at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Not valid for delivery orders or combined with other Wendy's app offers. No substitutions while supplies last.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Doug.
Breathe out and repeat after me. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Your bird is eating my candles.
Your bird is eating my candles.
No, seriously, he's making a mess.
No, seriously.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get a customized quote at libertymutual.com.
WBBM at HD Chicago. WCFS-FM at HD1 Elmwood Park, Chicago.
Latest Illinois lottery numbers. Pick 3 midday game, 833. Fireball 2. Pick 4 midday game, 8148. Fireball 8. Lucky Day Lotto midday game, 14, 17, 19, 24, and 35. It's 2:58. Traffic and weather together on the 8s. Here's Claire Lane.
Solid on the outbound Eisenhower. You have a crash at Independence. This is in the 2 left lanes. Backed up from Western, 32 to Manheim, 45 to 390. Gapers coming in about 43 from 390, 25 minutes from Manheim. Eden still okay. Kennedy out, 12 to Montrose, 8 in Express, 32 to O'Hare. Slower coming in, 46 minutes from O'Hare, 36 coming in from the Edens. Stevenson out, heavy before Damon to Cicero, 35 to the Tri-State, 45 to Veterans. About is 40, 355 to the Drive, about 30 from 294. Dan Ryan out, that'll take you 32 and Bond 25. Traffic is sponsored by Duncan. Chicago runs on Duncan. Next traffic report 308. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
AccuWeather forecast for today. Very windy and chilly. Gusts over 40 miles an hour. The rain moving out. The clouds parting. Sunshine over portions of the Chicago area right now. High today of 43. We have 43 degrees at O'Hare at 2:59.
News that matters around the clock. Breaking news at any time from the Fifth Third Bank Studios. Fifth Third means business. This is Chicago's all-news station, a radio.com station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM, WBBM.
Coming up in the next half hour on News Radio WBBM, we'll break down Governor Pritzker's plan to gradually get the state back to business as more people get vaccinated for COVID-19.
This is Jim Goodes. Plans to install parking meters at one of the city's most popular lakefront destinations is drawing criticism from advocates for low-income Chicagoans.
President Biden says the U.S. vaccination effort is about to hit a significant milestone. The latest coming up from CBS News. Business, the Dow is down 122 points. The NASDAQ is down 396. The S&P 500 is down 56. Sports, brand new Bears quarterback Andy Dalton meeting the media right now. We have 43 degrees in Chicago as CBS News covers the world at 3 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
I'm Matt Piper in New York. President Biden says his goal is close. White House correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
The president says his goal of 100 shots in his first 100 days will be hit tomorrow.
We're way ahead of schedule, but we got a long way to go.
In all, counting the final weeks of Donald Trump's term, more than 115 million vaccine doses have been administered. More than 40 million Americans have been fully vaccinated. But Mr. Biden says herd immunity won't be reached until the vast majority of Americans take the shots.
I need you to get vaccinated when it's your term and you're able to do that.
Mr. Biden says he'll announce a new goal for the nation next week. Stephen Portnoy, CBS News.
It comes as the White House makes plans to send millions of doses to our neighbors. 2.5 million to Mexico, 1.5 million to Canada. There'll be the AstraZeneca vaccine once it's authorized here. The debate over mask wearing heated up during a Senate committee hearing when Republican Senator Rand Paul accused White House Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci of wearing a face covering for show, as he's already been vaccinated.
Masks are not theater. Masks are protective.
And we have immunity there, theater. If you already have immunity, you're wearing a mask to give comfort to others. You're not wearing a mask because of any sign.
I totally disagree with you.
To Atlanta.
Our investigation is looking at everything, so nothing is off the table for our investigation.
Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr. says that includes a possible hate crime. It follows shootings at spas this week that left 8 people dead, most of them Asian. The suspect has claimed it was not racially motivated. The president and vice president head to Atlanta tomorrow to meet with Asian American leaders. It all comes on the same day the House is holding a hearing on the rise of violence against Asians in this country. Their first on the issue in more than 30 years.
Several Asian American members of Congress spoke out about the discrimination, and many pointed fingers at Republicans, asking them to tone down the rhetoric.
Our words matter, our framing matters, and particularly as members of Congress, when we use our platforms to continue slurs that are seen in a way that encourages racist hate crimes, it is a big problem.
Democratic Representative Jayapal calling for more action and education. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Wild weather from the south moves north, says CBS News meteorologist Jeff Fiorinelli.
Some cities that will be affected: Savannah, Georgia, Jacksonville, Florida, all the way up through Charleston, South Carolina, places like Charlotte and Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, and all the way to the coast in Wilmington.
At the close, the Dow losing 153, the NASDAQ down 409. This is CBS News.
This hour's newscast is presented by Rocket Mortgage. Want to see your loan options? Adjust payments and closing costs online in real time? Rocket can.
The BMW Spring Sales event is going on now through March 20th. Test drive an ultimate driving machine and get a $1,000 credit. Elmhurst BMW. You earned it. You deserve it. 500 West Lake Street or shop elmhurstbmw.com on select models.
Posts from an ex-employee, upset patient or client, news article, legal issue, or even exposed personal information right there in your Google search results. Uncover what's lurking on the internet about you with ReputationDefender.com's patented scan and get your free reputation report card. Or for immediate assistance with your reputation, call 800-401-6681. Our cutting-edge technology helps make your Google search results look their best. Call 800-401-6681. That's 800-401-6681. 800-401-6681. Or take the free scan at ReputationDefender.com.
Kobe Bryant's widow is naming names in her lawsuit against the L.A. Sheriff's Department.
Vanessa Bryant has identified the deputies she accuses of sharing photos of her late husband Kobe's remains at the site of his fatal helicopter crash last year. She's posted documents on her Instagram account outlining how they shared the pictures, one of them a trainee, during an alleged boasting session at a bar in Norwalk. Last week, a federal judge denied a request to keep the officers' identities under wraps. Vanessa Bryant is suing the L.A. Sheriff's Department, Fire Department, as well as the county, accusing them of invasion of privacy and negligence. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Scientists in the U.S. and Canada are opening new fronts in the war against so-called murder hornets as the giant insects begin establishing nests in the spring. Experts say the hornets pose threats to human life, to valuable bee populations needed to pollinate crops, and to other insects. Both government agencies and private citizens will set up traps. Matt Piper, CBS News.
This is Chicago's all-news station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM and WBBMNewsRadio.com.
3:05 Thursday, March 18th. Good afternoon. I'm Keith Johnson. Partly sunny and 42 degrees at O'Hare. The wind's gusting at 46 miles per hour there. 42 at Midway. The wind's gusting at 39. The lakefront at 40. High today. And the low to mid-40s, and winds still gusting to 45 miles per hour. Tonight, clear and cold, a low about 29. Our top story in WBBM, Governor Pritzker says it's time for the state to start cautiously reopening after a year of shutdowns and restrictions because of the COVID-19 pandemic. WBBM's political editor, Craig Dellamore, with the story.
Here's the plan Governor Pritzker outlined based on more doses of COVID vaccine being administered and no surges in new cases or hospitalizations. When 70% of residents 65 and over have been vaccinated at least once, the governor says capacity and other business restrictions will ease. A month after that, if half of Illinois' total population has received the vaccine, business could return to normal.
These vaccines are our fastest ticket back to hugging our grandkids, eating inside restaurants without worrying about the risks, school dances, community celebrations, all the things that we miss about normal life. So don't let up.
And that means continue to wear masks in public even after you're vaccinated and after businesses reopen completely. Craig Dellamore, News Radio 105.9 FM.
More than 91,000 doses of COVID-19 vaccine were administered in Illinois yesterday. State officials also reporting over 2,300 new and probable cases of COVID-19 and 34 more deaths tied to the pandemic. 9 of those were in Cook County. Community leaders in Chicago say this week's deadly shooting spree targeting spas in Atlanta is the latest example of anti-Asian sentiment and violence, causing anxiety in Chinatown and other neighborhoods. David Wu with Poi Tok Center in Chinatown says immigrants to Chicago from Asian countries are often in fear.
They come to America hoping for a new life. And especially during the pandemic, they've been faced with racist incidents, sometimes blaming Asians and Chinese for the virus.
The police commander who handles Chinatown says officers are not seeing an increase in hate crimes or other incidents targeting Asian Americans in the city. However, he acknowledges that some nonviolent bias crime may never be reported. Well, the leader of a park advocacy group is dropping a dime on plans by the city to put in parking meters at Montrose Beach in Harbor. WBBM's Jim Gudis live on the Newsline with the story.
Keith, Juanita Irizarry, executive director of Friends of the Park, says the availability of free parking at Montrose makes the lakefront more accessible to many low-income families in the city.
And it would be really sad to see low-income families not be able to use it as much, because normally they would come out with their grill and maybe a tent, bring the whole family in their vehicle and park for the whole day, but not be able to do that because the parking rates are too high.
The parking meters were approved as part of a plan to help balance the city's budget. While Irizarry says she doesn't necessarily want to see any more parking meters installed, she suggests it would perhaps be better to install them in more affluent residential areas near the lakefront, rather than putting the burden on people who can least afford them. Reporting live, Jim Gudis, News Radio 105.9 FM.
It's 3:08 and time for traffic and weather together on the 8s. And here's Claire Lane.
We've got quite a bit of traffic, unfortunately, as we wade into the later part of this afternoon. Up on the Ike, it looked like we were going to have a pretty lengthy cleanup due to a crash at Independence. It was blocking 2 lanes of traffic, but IDOT got there very quickly, and they've towed it very quickly. It's still solid from Damon. 34 to Manheim, 47 minutes to 390. Hopefully that starts to ease with the crash clear. Coming in 43 from the 390, about 25 from Manheim. Eden's is still decent. Kennedy out, not bad to Montrose, but it's 32 minutes to O'Hare. Inbound 40, that's coming in from the airport, 30 coming in from the Edens. Stevenson out, 35 to the Tri-State, 45 to 355. Inbound 41, Veterans to the Drive, 30 coming in from 294. Dan Ryan out fairly slow, about 32 minutes to reach 95th. Inbound 25. Building 57 headed out just to Holstead, 18 minutes. To reach 80, no inbound complaints. Bishopport about 17 in either direction. Lakeshore Drive is heavy in either direction approaching Chicago. Something on the Tri-State filling inbound Morrill to the Bensonville Bridge. Northbound and will brake check as you connect with the Ike. Westbound 80 heavy 355 to Briggs. Eastbound 80 94 slow from Torrance to Kennedy. Westbound busy from Klein to Kennedy and then Torrance to the Illinois state line. Next traffic report 318. News Radio 780 at 105.9 FM.
Actually, with the forecast today, still Lakeshore flood advisory in effect through 11 a.m. tomorrow. Wind advisory until 7 tonight. The winds gusting at 46 at O'Hare and 39 Midway, 48 in Aurora. It's 42 at the airports and the lakefront at 40 degrees. And the closing bells sponsored by Alfa Romeo in Glenview in the red today. S&P down 58, Dow down 153, and the NASDAQ down to about 409 points. It's 310.
Alfa Romeo of Glenview is out to be #1, and with these deals, it won't take long. New Alfa Romeo Giulios are just $279 a month, and new Alfa Romeo Stelvios are only $329 a month. Get 0% financing, get $1,000 loyalty cash, and make no payments till July. Looking for a great deal? Alfa Romeo of Glenview's got it. AlfaRomeoGlenview.com.
36 monthly, $49.99. Do it signed in on select models with approved credit, plus TTL and doc fee.
Leap and a net will appear.
I love that statement.
Ben and Arvid from Penny Mustard Furnishings.
What it means to me is just do something. And whatever you do, as long as you keep working at it, it will come through. It may not exactly turn out the way you dreamt it, but God has a plan for you. When Ben and I packed up at 19 years old and 21 years old to come to Milwaukee and open our furniture store, I don't think there was anybody that told us it was a good idea. Again, we leaped and kept working, and the net appeared, and it's all been good.
PennyMustard.com.
It's 3:11. The News Watch continues. Navy Pier remains closed to visitors, but a new luxury hotel opened there today.
Sable at Navy Pier is the first hotel to break ground on Chicago's iconic Lake Michigan. Bob Habib, CEO of Maverick Hotels, says the grand opening is a sign the hospitality industry is bouncing back.
The fact that business is starting to claw its way back, no matter how slowly, is, I think, cause for a great cheer in the city.
Michael Jacobson, president and CEO of the Illinois Hotel and Lodging Association, says the new plan to ease COVID restrictions in the state offers a life raft to hoteliers.
Hotels are going to be reopening, rehiring their staff, and they could start getting some cash flow back in the door just to be able to hang on and survive.
Still, Jacobson doesn't expect the hotel industry to reach its pre-pandemic revenue levels until at least 2024. Rachel Pearson, News Radio, 105.9 FM.
South Shore house fire prompted a quick-thinking 10-year-old to throw a mattress to the ground before jumping from a third-floor window. Firefighters say 2 boys, 4 and 2 years old, were rescued from a window by a ladder. Neighbor Dale Kendrick telling CBS 2 there was a lot of smoke in the house at 61st and Wabash just before midnight.
It started smoking like a little bit, we heard the alarm go off, and my mama just told us, like, everybody get out. It's a fire. She called 911. Next thing you know, we was running downstairs, and we saw, like, smoke in the hallway.
All 3 children are in serious condition. No adult was in the home at the time of that fire. Police say there will be no charges. Second City comedy shows are planning to reopen at Piper's Alley May 7th. The Tribune reporting the plan is for the Old Town venue to ease back into business with hour-long shows. The reduced running time will allow more cleaning time between performances. 3:13, the AccuWeather forecast and sports are coming up.
It's $1,000 hour. Our next keyword is unveiled at 3:22. Be listening to WBBM on the radio.com app. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Over 10 years ago, we realized how important saving family memories was, and we wanted to help. Legacy Box started from that passion and has now helped over 850,000 families digitally preserve their film reels, VHS tapes, and photos. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. What started with the 2 of us in a garage is now over 200 trained professionals. Legacy Box is a safe and secure way to put all your favorite family memories on an easy-to-view digital format like a thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud. We ship you a sturdy Legacy Box to fill with all your outdated media, safety barcodes to track your items throughout the process, and a prepaid mailing label. Legacy Box has been featured by Good Morning America and the Today Show. Not bad for 2 kids in a garage. That's true, Nick. And here's the best part. We always wanted to make it affordable to preserve your entire collection. So we're offering 40% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to take advantage of this exclusive offer. That's legacybox.com/value to save 40%. legacybox.com/value.
Are you tired of your outdated shower or tub? Bath Planet has you covered with their beautiful, easy-to-clean acrylic bath systems. It's easy. They can convert your outdated tub into a safe and beautiful walk-in shower in as little as 1 day. Right now, buy 1 shower or tub system and get 50% off a second, or save $1,000 on 1 shower or tub system from Bath Planet. Bath Planet is AAA rated by the Better Business Bureau, is an Angie's List Super Service Award winner, and made in the USA. Bath Planet is the only bath company with the Good Housekeeping Seal of Approval and Warranty. Call 855-719-BATH, 855-719-BATH. That's 855-719-BATH, or visit bathplanetlocal.com today for a free in-home estimate. Update your bath in as little as 1 day. Visit bathplanetlocal.com. Includes tub or shower and walls on approved credit. See company for complete details.
3:15, time now for the AccuWeather forecast, and here's meteorologist Bob Larson.
Lakeshore flood advisory is still in effect. That continues until 11 a.m. Friday. Wind advisory until 7 this evening. Very windy and chilly the rest of this afternoon. Some sunshine, high near 45. Mainly clear and cold tonight. Winds gradually diminishing. Low 29. For tomorrow, mostly sunny, chilly and breezy. High 46, near 40 at the lakefront. But a nice warm up this weekend. Mostly sunny on Saturday. High 58. Still chillier at the lakefront. Sunny to partly cloudy on Sunday and breezy, high 64. Monday, more clouds than sun, but breezy and warm. High again is 64. Cloudy, breezy, and mild on Tuesday. Could be some rain, high near 60. Lakefront temperature 40, Midway 42, O'Hare 42, and in Maryville it's 41. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Bob Larson on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
It's 3:16, time for sports. Here's Jeff Joni.
Matt Nagy met Andy Dalton at a Pro Bowl once upon a time. Didn't say that they're close friends or anything, but today Dalton at his introductory news conference felt that connection was a big part of his love of wanting to be a Bear, and also the idea that, he's going to be the starting quarterback. That certainly made a difference as you looked at other teams in free agency.
Well, I think that was part of the consideration. I mean, whenever you're going through the process, this was my first time to hit it, when the new league year started, and so when you hit it, you're going to be a starter. That's an enticing pitch. So, if it would have been different, maybe things would have turned out differently. But it wasn't. This is this is how it's supposed to be.
And he'd like to end his career here. Says the roster has a great mix of veteran leadership and young talent. He does have a relationship with Nick Foles. In fact, they grew up just 2 hours and 10 minutes away. Katy, Texas, and Austin, Texas, respectively, outside of Houston for one, and the Austin area for Foles. Meanwhile, Kenny Galladay reportedly was with the Bears last night with General Manager Ryan Pace and head coach Matt Nagy, according to national reports, as he goes off to the Giants and see what happens there on the free agent front. Bears also re-signed Patrick Scales. Former Bear Mitchell Trubisky signing a deal with the Bills 1 year to back up Josh Allen. Brent Urban, who played very well for the Bears last year up front, signs with the Dallas Cowboys. Mike Lennon with the New York Giants. Jared Cook leaves the Saints for the LA Chargers. Kyle Rudolph, now a member of the Giants as well. Baseball this afternoon, Dallas Keuchel in Glendale against Kansas City. Cubs are playing the Indians. Texas Southern St. Mary's starts the NCAA men's basketball Hoosier Bubble in Indiana starting tonight. With sports on your home for the Bears, Jeff Joniak, News Radio 105.9 FM.
3:18, time now for traffic and weather. Together on the gates ahead, so keyword for cash, and here's Claire Lane.
We've got a problem in Wicker Park. Happens occasionally. One of our viaducts proved to be too tall, or rather too short for a semi to get under, and the semi got stuck. It's the overpass North Avenue eastbound just past the Kennedy Expressway. So certainly avoid North Avenue. Consider using Division. Eaton's is fine. Kennedy out 12 to Montrose, 8 in the Express, 32 minutes to O'Hare. Slower coming in 43 from O'Hare, 33 coming in from Montrose. Up on Eisenhower, 32 to Manheim, it's 45 to 390. About 43 coming in from 390 and 25 minutes from Manheim. Up on side of the Stevenson, 35 to hit the Tri-State, 45 to Veterans. Also pretty busy coming in, 41, 355 to the Drive, about 30 coming in from 294. Dan Ryan headed out, that's 30, 25 coming in. A big problem just into the traffic center here. Outbound 57 past Halstead, you got a crash that's blocking all lanes. So if you're coming south on the Dan Ryan headed outbound, normally use 57. Certainly consider using the Bishop Ford to avoid it. And no inbound gapers on 57. And again, the Bishop Ford out just 17. So that really a better bet instead of getting stopped, 57 out. Lakeshore Drive still slow both ways in and out from Chicago Avenue. Southbound Tri-State filling in. Balmoral to the Bensonville Bridge. A little busy northbound as you connect with the Eisenhower, but your remaining tollways are good. Eastbound 8094 heavy from the state line out to Kennedy Ave. See some traffic westbound, slow from Klein to Kennedy and then Torrance to the Illinois state line. Next traffic report, 328. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Thank you for the forecast. The wind advisory in effect until 7 tonight. Right now, the wind's gusting at 46 at O'Hare, 39 at Midway, 48 in Aurora, and 46 at DuPage Airport. 42 degrees at the airport to Lakefront at 40. And tonight, clear and cold, a low in the upper 20s. Tomorrow, chilly breeze with a high about 46. And the market stock closing down 153. NASDAQ dropping 409. The S&P down 58. It's 320.
CBS News special report. President Biden says his goal of 100 million vaccinations in his first 100 days in office will be reached tomorrow, in his 58th day.
Together, we're going to come through this stronger, with renewed faith in each other and our government that fulfills its most important function, protecting the American people.
At the White House in the last hour, Mr. Biden talked about the growing availability of vaccinations.
We've supplied more than 500 mobile clinics, like pop-up sites or vans, meeting people where they are.
But the president also cautioned Americans not to let up.
Keep the faith. Keep wearing the mask. Keep washing your hands. And keep socially distanced. We're going to beat this. We're way ahead of schedule. but we got a long way to go.
The president said an average of 2.2 million Americans are getting vaccinations every day. CBS News Special Report. I'm Steve Futterman.
It's 3:21, time for the WBBM Entertainment Tonight report, sponsored by Normandy Remodeling.
Gwen Stefani was asked Ellen DeGeneres to be her maid of honor when she marries her fiancé Blake Shelton. Ellen said to her friend, "You just tell me the time and the place, and I will be there." Drew Barrymore's daytime talk show has been renewed for a second season. Drew said, "This is my dream job, and I feel so lucky to get to do this for another year." The Drew Barrymore Show airs weekdays in syndication. Celebrating an E.T. birthday today, Maroon 5 lead singer Adam Levine is 42. Queen Latifah is 51. And which stand-up comedian's 2005 album was the highest charting comedy album in 25 years? That would be Dane Cook, who today turns 49. And we'll have all the latest celebrity news tonight at 6:30 on CBS 2. This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. For ET and News Radio 780 at 105.9 FM, I'm Kevin Frazier.
At Innovative Ketamine, we're seeing life-changing results for over 75% of our patients with severe depression when nothing else has worked. Plus, we have experienced on-site therapists. Visit innovative-ketamine.com.
It pays to fill your prescriptions at CVS. In fact, you can earn up to $50 in extra bucks each year just for filling prescriptions. That's healthier, made easier. Visit CVS today. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states. See cvs.com/RX rewards or the pharmacy for details.
If I'm not commuting anymore, where do I really want to live?
While you handle life's questions, Merrill Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio and invest for your next move with the option to work with an advisor at a low cost and minimum. Merrill, a Bank of America company. Visit merrilledge.com/investing goals to get started today.
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, both a registered broker-dealer and investment advisor, member SIPC. Investment products are not FDIC insured or not bank guaranteed and may lose value.
Is your deck or patio falling apart, cracking, or even sinking? Let Timberbuilt Rooms transform your home with a new sunroom, screen room, or family room addition. Timberbuilt's state-of-the-art showroom in St. Charles features 5 full-size rooms on display. So whether you're just beginning your research or have been thinking about adding a room for years, their design experts can help you make your dream a reality. Visit timberbuiltrooms.com for details. Timberbuilt Rooms, changing homes, changing lives.
It's time for Keyword for Cash. Each weekday we give you 11 chances to win $1,000, and this hour's keyword is treasure. Text the word treasure to 72881 by the end of the hour. That's treasure to 72881. Message and data rates may apply, and please don't text and drive. On randomly selected nationwide entrant, we'll win $1,000. We'll give you new keywords and more chances to win at 422 and 522, plus all day tomorrow starting at 7:22 in the morning. So when you wake up, make sure to ask your smart speaker to play WBBM News Radio. Good luck. 3:24, time to recap business news. The next day, here's Bloomberg.
The Federal Reserve doesn't think inflation is a big deal right now, but investors disagree, and they sent the main averages sharply lower. The Dow down 153 or 0.5%, but the Nasdaq tumbled 3% or 409 points. The S&P lost 1.5%, down 59 points. The price of plastic used to make shampoo bottles and grocery bags is at the highest since 2008. The price of PVC plastics used in plumbing fixtures and other building materials is at a record high. Demand for packaging and building supplies is a factor, but prices really surged over the past month because of the location of many U.S. plastic producers and suppliers, the Gulf Coast. More than 60% of U.S. PVC production is still offline, nearly a month after the region's deep freeze. Insurance is covering a lot of that and other claims from that winter storm. The damage to locally based Allstate, $1.3 billion. With business now at 23 and 53 from the Bloomberg Newsroom, Elisa Parenti, News Radio 780 and 105.9
Just
FM.
announced at Man Carey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, 0% for 84 months on almost all brand new cars. You heard right, 0% for 84 months on almost all models. Jeep Cherokee Limiteds, Compasses, 0% for 84 months. Take $10,000 off MSRP on new Ram 1500s. New Jeep Cherokees for $19,995. New Grand Cherokees for $29,995. 600 factory cars on display for immediate delivery. Grand Cherokee Limiteds, Wrangler Saharas, Gladiator Rubicons, SRTs, RTs, Hellcats, Red Eyes, Scat Packs, Rams. You will drive home today. 0% 0% for 84 months on almost all new cars. Don't forget, $10,000 off Ram 1500s. Jeep Cherokees, $19,995. Jeep Grand Cherokees, $29,995. And no payments till June. Man, Carey, Chrysler, Jeep Dodge Ram in Oak Lawn. $1,389 per thousand financed on select models with approved credit in lieu of rebates. Off MSRP may not be which vehicle sold in trade area plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents and Doug.
Okay, class, let's bump it up to 9.
Come on, Limu, keep pedaling. We got to build our endurance to let more people know that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Pick up the pace, bird legs.
Hey, don't talk to Limu like that.
I'm not, I'm talking to you.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Get a customized quote at libertymutual.com.
Hey, James, that order just doubled. We got to move fast here.
Indeed knows unexpected growth can stretch your business thin.
Somebody pick up that phone.
Like at Luca's Gourmet Frozen Pizza Company. To operate at scale, he needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
It's 327. The Tamale Guy is now suing partners in his namesake Tamale Guy restaurant in Chicago, Ukrainian Village. He claims the co-owners are trying to squeeze him out of the business.
The Tamale Guy, Claudio Vélez, got his nickname serving up tamales from coolers to customers of Northside bars for decades. Vélez's lawyer, Michael Pomerantz, tells the Tribune that his restaurant partners, Pierre and Kristen Vega, according to the original contract, are supposed to be splitting the business 50-50 with him. But then when he showed up wanting to make some tamales and resumed selling them to bar patrons, he was told by Pierre Vega that he could not work out of the restaurant, that there was no room in the refrigerator, and that if he tried, he would be sued. Vélez now filed a lawsuit Tuesday against the Vegas, accusing them of continuing to profit off of his likeness and tamale recipes and not properly sharing the profits. Brandon Eisen, News Radio 105.9 FM.
Vegas has denied the allegations. It's 3:28 and time for traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by Elmhurst BMW. And here's Claire Lane.
Toughest place to be is the outbound side of 57. Solid traffic essentially from the Dan Ryan at 47th. The delay carries you to Holstead on 57 because of a crash that was previously blocking all lanes. So IDOT was there for about 10 minutes, and they've already cleared the crash. You're still about 35 minutes on the outbound Dan Ryan to the split, and then if you're continuing outbound on 57, it's another 25 to 80. If you want to settle for the Bishop Ford headed out, you save about 10 minutes to 80. Coming inbound 57, good. Coming inbound on the Bishop Ford, 18. Heading inbound on the Dan Ryan is 25. Edens is clear. Kennedy out 12 to Montrose, 8 in the Express, 32 to O'Hare. Inbound will take you 42 from O'Hare, 32 off to Edens. Outbound Ike is 45 to 390. Stevenson out takes 43 minutes to 355. Next traffic report, 338. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back with the forecast tonight, clear and cold, a low of 29, and tomorrow sunshine, a chilly day with a high 46. Wind advisory still with us until 7 tonight, and the winds gusting at 46 at O'Hare and 39 at Midway. 42 degrees at the airport's lakefront at 40.
The BMW Spring Sales event is going on now through March 20th. Test drive an ultimate driving machine and get a $1,000 credit. Elmhurst BMW. You earned it. You deserve it. 500 West Lake Street or shop elmhurstbmw.com on select models.
You need to be safe from COVID-19 exposure. Hundreds of businesses and residences trust Cleaning Specialists, Inc., or CSI. CSI uses the TOMI Steramist disinfection system, which eradicates viruses and bacteria, including coronavirus. Cleaning Specialist, Inc. takes the risks associated with disinfecting your COVID-19 exposure away and gives you the peace of mind you need. Call CSI at 708-757-9274 or visit CSIIllinois.com. That's CSIIllinois.com. Call today.
This is Chicago's all-news station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM and WBBMNewsRadio.com.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Keith Johnson with the top stories in News Radio WBBM. President Biden marking a milestone in his administration's coronavirus vaccine effort. A live report coming up from CBS News. Atlanta police say they have not ruled out hate crime charges in this week's deadly shooting spree targeting spas.
This is Mike Krauser. Leaders in Chicago's Chinese-American community say there is fear and anxiety over anti-Asian sentiment.
And some restaurant owners say Governor Pritzker's new coronavirus action plan should get sent back to the kitchen. in business.
Sharp losses for Wall Street. The Dow falls 153 points. NASDAQ down 409. I'm Elisa Parenti at Bloomberg.
High today, low 40s. It's 42 now at 3:31.
CBS News special report. President Biden says the U.S. is about to reach a milestone.
I'm proud to announce that tomorrow, 58 days into our administration, we will have met my goal of administering 100 million shots to our fellow Americans.
The U.S. was already vaccinating roughly 1 million Americans a day under former President Trump when Mr. Biden took office.
We have gone from 1 million shots a day that I promised in December before we were even sworn in to an average of 2.5 million shots a day.
He noted natural disasters that he says could have hampered efforts.
That's weeks ahead of schedule, and even with the setbacks we faced during the winter storms.
So today, 65% of people 65 and older have received at least one shot, and 36% of those over age 65 are fully vaccinated. The president urged Americans not to let up now. CBS News special report. I'm Matt Piper.
It's 3:32. Police in Atlanta stressing that they have not closed the door on any potential motive for this week's deadly shooting spree targeting spas in the area. 21-year-old suspect waived his first appearance in court in connection with Tuesday night's shootings that left 8 people dead, 6 of Asian descent. 2 of the affected spas were within the city of Atlanta. Deputy Police Chief Charles Hampton Jr. says his detective's investigation revealed that the suspect had visited those spas before the shooting.
I can't say that he specifically targeted those individuals. But what I will say is that he did frequent, as the question keeps coming up, that he did frequent those 2 locations within Atlanta.
Now, for leaders in Chicago's Asian American communities, the shootings in Georgia are just the latest in what they describe as a wave of anti-Asian sentiment that's been growing since the start of the coronavirus pandemic.
There is fear here in Chinatown and mental stress, to hear some residents tell it. Dr. Hong Lu is the executive director of the Midwest Asian Health Association.
Association's mental health clinic has seen an increased number of patients, especially the Chinese residents in the community, with mental health stress, fear, anxiety, and even suicide attempt.
The commander of the police district covering Chinatown, Don Jerome, says there has been no uptick in hate crimes here.
We have not overall, either in Chinatown nor in Chicago in general.
He says that may be because some nonviolent incidents are not being reported, but as Dr. Liu said, there is fear. Businesses and restaurants here have had a tough go for more than a year. In Chinatown, Mike Krauser, News Radio, 105.9 FM.
Now, Governor Pritzker announced some good news for Illinois residents today.
I'm pleased to announce that I'm directing every jurisdiction that receives allotments of vaccine through the state of Illinois to expand eligibility to all residents 16 and older on Monday, April 12th.
The governor says the state will eventually move to a bridge phase that includes increasing capacity limits at businesses while Illinois moves towards fully reopening. One suburban restaurant owner who's fighting Governor Pritzker in court over COVID-19 restrictions says the state's new plan is a needless delay. WBBM Jim Good has talked to him. He's live on the Newsline with that story.
Keith Casey Goldbrough, the owner of the Foxfire restaurant in Geneva, says basing the full reopening of restaurants on vaccination rates is the wrong approach.
There's better ways to prevent the spread of COVID. Just basic hand washing, sanitation, and being safe is a lot better than vaccine, especially now with the new variants is coming up and they're wondering if those will be protected or not. I think this creates another hurdle for Illinois businesses to have to jump.
Goldbrough insists with lower COVID infection rates and safety precautions in place, restaurants have proven they can operate safely at full capacity regardless of vaccination levels. While he says his restaurant will survive the pandemic, he's talked with other owners who say the governor's plan could force them to close and go out of business by delaying their ability to reopen fully. Reporting live, Jim Goodis, News Radio 105.9 FM.
Southside man is charged with aggravated assault of a peace officer, criminal damage to property, resisting and obstructing a peace officer too. Isaac Lacey allegedly rammed a vehicle into police cars while leading officers on a chase across several neighborhoods last weekend. There may soon be a change down on the farm.
Talk about a change of diet. feeding seaweed to cows is a viable long-term way to reduce the emission of planet-heating gases from their burps and their gas. That's according to researchers at the University of California, Davis. They found that by putting a small amount of seaweed into cattle feed over the course of 5 months, the new diet caused the bovines to belch out 82% less methane, a potent greenhouse gas, into the atmosphere. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Xavier Becerra narrowly winning approval today to be the U.S. Health Secretary.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The nomination is confirmed.
Senator Susan Collins of Maine, the only Republican to vote for Becerra, the first Latino to serve as health secretary. 3:36, traffic and weather coming up.
Great ideas are often hatched from the cold, hard truth. Stop denying your home the simple pleasure of new, energy-efficient, beautiful Window Nation windows. Hi there, it's Jeff Joniak. Come on now, you know I'm right. The winter wind around here sneaking through your old, tired windows is one thing, but then there's the fogging and the frost. I mean, do you really want to keep dealing with that? It's honestly costing you money. Energy cost alone. Here's the solution. Window Nation windows. New ones. A pre-spring gift to yourself and your home. WindowNation.com. Check them out. I'm very impressed with this company and this eye-opening offer. Window Nation is here to help with their home extravaganza savings. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy and no limit. Plus, put nothing down, make no payments, and pay no interest for 2 full years. Beat the spring rush today. Comprehensive lifetime warranties on the entire window, including glass. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy, no down payment, and make no payments and no interest for 2 full years. You're going to save thousands. Give them a call, 866-90NATION, or visit WindowNation.com and tell them Jeff Joniak sent you.
Hope. At Rosecrans, it's more than a wish. Hope has power. As the proven behavioral health leader in the Midwest, no other program offers our depth of experience and hope here at Rosecrans. And when someone you love struggles with substance abuse and mental illness, hope plays an important part in recovery. Life's got bigger plans for you. We should know we're the most trusted name in treatment and the best choice for those who dare to hope. Visit us at rosecrans.org. Life's waiting.
Now, the lowest gas prices from News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM WBBM.
Sponsored by PackyWebFord.com. Get a 2020 Escape SE retired loaner vehicle for just $19,098. That's over $9,000 off MSRP at Packy Web Ford. In Plainfield, the Speedway at Lincoln and Renwick, $2.99 a gallon, and in Summit, the Citgo at 55th and Archer, you'll pay $3.07. 3:38, traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by AMCO Transmissions and Total Car Care. And here's Claire Lee.
Still pretty heavy on the outbound side of I-57. You had a crash past Holstead. It sounded like it was going to be there a while because IDOT was blocking all lanes of traffic. But it's been towed. The delay is still pretty substantial, which is why it's still relevant. 25 minutes to 80. Inbound is okay. If you're on the Edens, you're more than okay. You're clear. Outbound Kennedy, 13 to Montrose, 8 in the Express, 33 to O'Hare. Inbound will take you 45 minutes from O'Hare, 32 coming in from the Edens. Outbound Eisenhower, 35 to Manheim. That's now 48 minutes to reach 390. Inbound 46. 390 into the Jane Byrne, 28 minutes from Manheim. Stevenson out heavy from Damon to Cicero, 33 to the Tri-State, 43 to 355. Inbound 42 from Veterans, about 29 from 294. Dan Ryan headed out 35 minutes, inbound 23. If you're on the Bishop Ford, you're not too bad coming outbound, just 15. Inbound will take 22. Lakeshore Drive heavy both ways, in and out from Chicago. Still tight on the southbound Tri-State Irving to the Bensonville Bridge, but your remaining tollways are good. Westbound 80 heavy from 355 to US 30. Eastbound 80-94 kind of spotty the whole stretch, Torrance most of the way to Broadway. Westbound backing down from Klein to Kennedy Ave. Traffic is sponsored by AMCO Transmissions and Total Car Care. Potholes got you rattled? AMCO's free steering and suspension check will diagnose a problem right the first time and catch a small problem before it becomes more serious. From transmissions to struts, brakes, and everything in between, search AAMCO or call 1-800-GO-AMCO. Next traffic report 348. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
The WBBM Exergen AccuWeather forecast. Lakeshore flood advisory in effect till 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wind advisory runs till 7 this evening. Very windy and chilly the rest of this afternoon. Partly sunny, high near 45. Mainly clear and cold tonight. The wind gradually subsiding, low 29. Mostly sunny tomorrow. The chilly breeze. High 46, closer to 40 at the lakefront. The lakefront temperature right now, 40. Midway, 42. O'Hare, 42. In Maple Park, it's
43. I'm AccuWeather's waters on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Market watch today, Dow dropped 153, NASDAQ down 409, losing 3% of its value, and the S&P down about 58. It's 3:41. The House Judiciary Subcommittee held a hearing today on the rise of violence and discrimination against Asian Americans.
In his opening remarks, Representative Chip Roy used his time to speak out against the Chinese government.
I think the Chinese Communist Party running the country of China, I think they're the bad guys.
His remarks did not sit well with Representative Grace Meng. She finger-pointed at him, along with former President Trump and other Republicans, for causing the rise in violence against Asian Americans because of their constant inflammatory rhetoric about the pandemic.
This hearing was to address the hurt and pain of our community and to find solutions, and we will not let you take our voice away from us.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Alabama could become the next red state to prevent transgender girls from playing on female sports teams. More than a dozen states are considering similar restrictions. And last week, Mississippi's governor signed a bill to ban transgender athletes from competing on girls' or women's sports teams. A ride-sharing company say it just had its best week in a year.
Lyft says it expects positive weekly growth beginning this week and through the end of the year. The ride-hailing app company says last week was its best performing in terms of volume since lockdown began a year ago. The scaling up of COVID-19 vaccine distribution is expected to gradually restore pre-pandemic normality to the ride-hailing sector following a tumultuous year for Lyft and rival Uber. And as they rebound, so does their stock. At Wednesday's close, shares of Lyft were up 250%, Uber 198% year over year. Matt Piper, CBS News.
A Wimbledon tradition will not be part of this year's tournament.
The good news is the All England Club will be back in business this summer. But the Wimbledon tradition of a ticket queue will not be a thing. For years, fans have lined up at all hours to get tickets to see the matches. Officials say in a statement, some fans will be allowed in to watch matches. It's not clear what the capacity limits will be. People who had tickets to last year's canceled event will get first opportunity to get seats this year. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Russian leader Vladimir Putin responding to President Biden's claim that Putin is a killer.
Putin says the remark reflects America's own troubled past of slavery and killing Native Americans, saying otherwise, where would the Black Lives Matter movement come from? Putin's spokesman says President Biden's very bad remarks make clear the U.S. does not want to normalize relations with Russia and that Moscow will proceed accordingly. The tough remarks on both sides came after a U.S. intelligence report found Putin authorized influence operations to help Donald Trump in the November election. Sagar Magani, Washington.
In suburban Philadelphia, the second-in-command of the county's district attorney's office has been demoted. Sister station KYW News Radio reports a move comes after he was caught driving for DoorDash while he was supposed to be working during office hours. 3:43, top trending stories are coming up.
No matter where you're at,
Thanks for driving.
or which direction you're heading,
Eastbound, I'm northbound, westbound.
stay informed with WBBM's traffic and weather together on the 8th. Know where and why there's a problem. Learn alternate routes. Plus, you can help by calling the WBBM Duncan Traffic Tip Line at 855-780-ROAD. 855-780-ROAD. Chicago runs on Duncan. Traffic and weather together on the 8th. Only on News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Are you tired of your outdated shower or tub? Bath Planet has you covered with their beautiful, easy-to-clean acrylic bath systems. It's easy. They can convert your outdated tub into a safe and beautiful walk-in shower in as little as 1 day. Right now, buy one shower or tub system and get 50% off a second, or save $1,000 on one shower or tub system from Bath Planet. Bath Planet is AAA rated by the Better Business Bureau, is an Angie's List Super Service Award winner, and made in the USA. Bath Planet is the only bath company with the Good Housekeeping Seal of Approval and warranty. Call 855-719-BATH, 855-719-BATH. That's 855-719-BATH, or visit bathplanetlocal.com today for a free in-home estimate. Update your bath in as little as 1 day. Visit bathplanetlocal.com. Includes tub or shower and walls on approved credit. See company for complete details.
This ad for Hellsberg Diamonds has been specifically written for people who would rather think about football than engagement rings. If we're going to sign a new quarterback to a long-term contract, it'd be great if there were some guarantees. And if that quarterback were a diamond from Hellsberg, there would be a price match guarantee, meaning you won't find better quality at a better price anywhere. That guarantee would make it easier to sign that quarterback, and at Hellsberg, buy that engagement ring. All made possible by one of Hellsberg's great financing options. Visit your local Hellsberg store or at hellsberg.com. Hellsberg Diamonds, a Berkshire Hathaway company.
Top trending stories on WBBMNewsRadio.com.
At last check, Chicago police say no charges have been filed against a woman whose 3 children were alone when a fire started in their Washington Park home. The children, ages 10, 4, and 2, are recovering from injuries suffered in last night's kitchen fire in a unit at 61st and Wabash. And we posted details from our traffic center of the traffic tie-up for the weekend. IDOT says traffic in both directions of the Kennedy will be restricted at Montrose so that workers can finish removal of the bridge over the expressway. All lanes should be reopened in time for Monday morning's commute. A Roman Catholic Archbishop in Germany is offering his resignation to Pope Francis following a report on handling of past cases of sexual abuse by priests. The Archbishop of Hamburg's step comes as the report's authors identified 75 cases in which high-ranking clerics did not carry out their duties to victims or the church. It's 3:46, time to update sports. Jeff Joniak.
Andy Dalton says that the Bears have told him he is the starter in 2021, and his reaction on coming to the Bears all caught on Zoom today with the media as he outlined his career, now in his 11th season, ready to drop some anchor here.
I obviously know there's been a lot of talk, and but I'm coming in from the outside. A lot of people don't, know a ton about me. I'm going to get to learn a lot about me while I'm here, and so that's all I'm worried about, and so for me, I'm here now, and hopefully everybody gets a chance to see who I am as a player, as a person, and see what we're going to be able to do with this organization. And so, I'm excited about the opportunity. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk, but I'm not worried about any of that.
The talk on social media, not thrilled, obviously, with the selection of Andy Dalton. The fans and so forth have expressed their opinion, and so he says he's been through that before, too, even in Cincinnati. But a strong leadership quality for Andy Dalton now with the Chicago Bears. Says he will be looking forward to working with Nick Foles. His future also a little bit up in the air here in terms of what the Bears may do or may not do. But they grew up 2.5 hours and 10 minutes apart down in Texas, so they have a relationship. Mitchell Trubisky signs with the Buffalo Bills on a 1-year contract to back up Josh Allen. Brent Urban goes to Dallas. Kenny Golladay with the Giants, but reportedly met with the Bears last night. Also today, the NFL strikes a $113 billion 11-year new media deals across many platforms. So the salary cap's going to go way up in the future. On your home for the Bears, Jeff Joniak, News Radio 105.9 FM.
3:48, time for traffic and weather. Together on the 8th, and here's Claire Lane.
We're starting to get pretty solid across the board. If you're on the Kennedy coming inbound, you're looking at almost 47 minutes. O'Hare to the Jane Byrne, about 35 coming in from the Edens. Up on Kennedy, 15 to Montrose to say 4 in the Express is 35 back to O'Hare. If you're on the Edens, you're okay, but the outbound side of the Ike is pretty solid. 37 to Manhunt, now 50 to reach 390. Inbound 49. 390 into the Jane Byrne, 31 minutes from Manheim. You have debris on the inbound Stevenson just before First Avenue in the center lane. About 43 veterans at the drive, 30 coming in from the Tri-State. Heavier outbound, 35 to the Tri-State, then you're busy to Cass, 50 minutes to reach 355. Dan Ryan out 35, 23 coming in. Still a little slow on the outbound side of 57 after crash past Holstead, 20 to 80, but no inbound complaints. Slower on the inbound Bishop Ford, that's for sure. 25 minutes to reach the Ryan from 80. Outbound is just 15. Lakeshore Drive filling in south from North Avenue now down to Chicago. Northbound heavy Navy Pier to Chicago. Most of your tollways in pretty good shape. Northbound on the Tri-State heavy as you get onto the Ike. Westbound 80 still slow, 355 to US 30. And on the brakes westbound 8094, Calumet to Klein. Problems in the South Loop, intersection of Roosevelt and Robble, heavy with the crash, and additionally the traffic signals are flashing red. So not so smooth for you there. Next traffic report, 358. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
The WBBM AccuWeather forecast. Lakeshore flood advisory in effect till 11 a.m. Friday. Wind advisory till 7 p.m. This evening, very windy and chilly the rest of this afternoon. Some sunshine, high near 45. Wind gusts to 45 miles per hour. Mainly clear and cold tonight. The wind diminishing, low 29. Mostly sunny tomorrow, breezy and chilly. High 46, about 40 at the lakefront. The lakefront temperature now 40, Midway 42, O'Hare 42, and in Logan Square it's 41. I'm AccuWeather's Bob Larson on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Market watch today, Dow dropping 153 points, NASDAQ down 409, and the S&P down about 58. It's 350.
Chicago's most trusted stop for updated news minute by minute. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
The Northern Illinois Food Bank in 2020 saw a 34% increase in the use of their services over the previous year, and representatives say the demand will continue to grow amid economic crisis brought on by COVID-19.
The latest report from the Congressional Budget Office estimated that low-income jobs won't recover until 2024, and Northern Illinois Food Bank CEO and President Julie Yurko says families that were already low-wage earners have been more dramatically impacted by the pandemic.
And so that is why we know that we will continue to distribute more meals over the next 2 to 3 years.
Yurko says the lines are growing longer at their pantries and service programs, which have already distributed over 100 million meals since March of 2020, and that in a recent study by Feeding America, 1 in 6 children in Northern Illinois are unsure where their next meal will come from.
When you're a child and you don't have enough, you equate that to your value and being loved. And so I worry about our children's mental health. Do they feel that they are important?
Brandon Eisen, News Radio 105.9 FM.
Serial stowaway Marilyn Hartman is ordered held without bail for violating a 2019 burglary and trespassing conviction at O'Hare Airport. Her attorney says her client ended up at O'Hare again because she was triggered by TV interviews she saw of herself on Sunday. The 69-year-old is also awaiting trial on the same charges with another incident at O'Hare. Tensions are apparently rising between parents and their kids over the use of digital media.
It's no secret screen time for kids has been on the rise during the pandemic. Now a new study says the uptick has caused more family tension. According to the new Digital Wellness Lab at Boston Children's Hospital, nearly half of parents surveyed said they had argued more often with their children over it. 36% said the disputes had become more intense than before the pandemic, and 20% said the disagreements happened more than once a day. Lisa Mateo, CBS News.
See 4abc.com for details. For a limited time with ABC, buy an AC, get your furnace free. Buy one, get one free with ABC. Visit 4abc.com. That's the number 4abc.com. And consider it done.
Today, every business is digital, from website development to third-party integration. AmericanEagle.com delivers innovative website design, development, and digital solutions, driving business growth for their clients. AmericanEagle.com's work for Dairy Queen, one of the world's most iconic brands, consisted of building a website and digital portal for thousands of global franchises and stores. One of their goals was to build an enterprise portal to serve as a valuable company-wide communication tool, providing access to product information, marketing programs, and operations workflow. This digital program is instrumental in streamlining Dairy Queen's global operations with a platform enhancing their store's productivity. AmericanEagle.com, providing website design and development to enterprise portal solutions. When your business needs to think more digital, talk to us. AmericanEagle.com, building your digital mindset. Call AmericanEagle.com at 877-NETWORK or visit AmericanEagle.com.
3:53, time to recap business news, sponsored by the Village of Bedford Park. Elisa Parenti at Bloomberg.
The prospect of a speedy recovery fills some investors with dread because they fear inflation will come along for the ride. Those fears materialized in a massive sell-off on the NASDAQ today as bond yields rose. The Dow down 153 points or 0.5%. NASDAQ lost 409 points or 3%, and the S&P down 1.5%. Ticking lower by 59 points. Traders also had to contend with an unexpectedly big spike in new jobless claims for last week, up to 770,000. Worry over vaccination disruptions delaying Europe's economic recovery helped pull oil futures down. They're falling 8% in extended trade, near $59 a barrel. The NFL just announced a new series of long-term, multi-billion-dollar TV deals, including an historic contract that gives Amazon exclusive rights to Thursday football football broadcasts. That's a first for a streaming company. With business now at 23 and 53 from the Bloomberg Newsroom, Elisa Parenti, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Clean, safe, local. Your home for business is the Village of Bedford Park. Over 450 businesses strong and growing with a safe, reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Visit VOBPBiz.com and bring your business home to the Village of Bedford Park.
We make USAA insurance for veterans like James, a former drill instructor made of high expectations. When he got into a fender bender and called his old insurance company, he got the runaround. That's when his Marine buddy told James about USAA. They have my back. James realized he was paying too much for bad service and said, "It's time to switch." He called USAA right away. Our agents took the time to understand his needs, put in the work to get him the right coverage, and even found him some serious savings. USAA insurance is made the way James needs it, all squared away, with savings that meet even his standards. Switch and you could save with USAA Auto Insurance. Get a quote today at USAA.com/auto. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for. Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Membership eligibility and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. USAA means United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates.
Why so serious?
Spilled your drink? Quick! The Quicker Picker-Upper. Bounty picks up spills and messes quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading value brand. So you can get back to the party. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
The thing about comparing rates at Progressive.com is that by now you've heard a lot of ads about comparing rates at Progressive.com. We probably don't even need the words comparing rates anymore to remind you that seasoning steaks at Progressive.com is an easy way to save on car insurance, or that swimming in trousers helps you find the lowest rate. And that's the thing about foraging for truffles. You've heard a lot of ads about standing tiptoe on a cinder block. Compare rates and sing softly to a wounded field mouse and save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
WBBM and HD Chicago, WCFS-FM and HD1 Elmwood Park, Chicago. At 3:57, British regulators say people should keep getting AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine following its review of data on patients who suffered from blood clots.
The Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency say there's no evidence that the vaccine causes blood clots. The agency says a further review of 5 reports in the UK of a rare type of clot in the brain is continuing. But the condition, which can occur naturally, has been reported in less than 1 in a million people vaccinated so far, and no causal link has been established. The agency also says the benefits of the vaccine against COVID-19 continue to outweigh any risks, and the public should continue to get their vaccine. Zaria Shackley, London.
It's 3:58, and time for traffic and weather together on the 8s, and here's Claire Lane.
We're still seeing a little bit of traffic. We've got debris. This is on the Stevenson. For those of you coming inbound at First Avenue, blocking the center lane, 43 from Veterans, half an hour ride, 294 to the drive, up on 35 back to the Tri-State. This is a 50-minute ride to reach 355. Filling in on the outbound Eaton's 21, Kennedy out 15 to Montrose, 11 in the Express is 35 minutes to O'Hare. Inbound will take you 45. O'Hare into the Jane Bourne, it's 33 coming in from the Eatons. Sluggish on the outbound Ike, 37 to Mannheim, 50 minutes to 390. Inbound will take you 49. That's coming in from 390, 31 from Mannheim. Outbound Dan Ryan, 35 minutes. Inbound is 23. Still sluggish, 57, outbound 19 minutes to 80. Okay, coming in. Traffic is sponsored by Duncan. Chicago runs on Duncan. Next traffic aboard 408. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back with the forecast includes a lakeshore flood advisory still in effect and will be through 11 a.m. tomorrow. And a wind advisory until 7 tonight. The wind's gusting at 46 now at O'Hare, 39 Midway and gusting at 48 in Aurora. 42 at the airport to Lakefront at 40. Morris, partly sunny, 43. Wheeling, partly sunny at 42.
News that matters around the clock. Breaking news at any time from the Fifth Third Bank Studios. Fifth Third means business. This is Chicago's all-news station, radio.com stations. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM, WBBM.
Coming up in the next half hour on News Radio WBBM, Governor Pritzker says the state's building a bridge to end of the coronavirus pandemic, and you'll need a mask to cross that.
This is Rob Hart. After a year-long pandemic break, the performers at the legendary Second City Improv Theater will find out if laughter really is the best medicine.
President Biden says his administration will hit a key vaccination milestone tomorrow. More on that from CBS News. And in business.
I'm Elisa Parenti at Bloomberg. The Dow slumps 0.5%, but the NASDAQ tumbles 3% or 409 points.
Wind advisory until 7 tonight. CBS is next. It's 4 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting. I'm Matt Piper in New York. 65% of Americans 65 and older have received at least one coronavirus vaccine shot. And President Biden says by tomorrow, he will have met his goal of 100 million shots in 100 days, beating it by more than a month.
Together, we're going to come through this stronger, with renewed faith in each other and our government that fulfills its most important function, protecting the American people.
He urged everyone to get vaccinated once it's their turn. States like Illinois just deciding to allow those 16 and older to get one beginning April 12th. During a Senate hearing, Dr. Anthony Fauci got into a testy exchange with Kentucky Republican Rand Paul, who himself is an ophthalmologist. It was over mask wearing and reinfections.
You want people to get the vaccine? Give them a reward instead of telling them that the nanny state's going to be there for 3 more years and you got to wear a mask forever. People don't want to hear it. There's no science behind it.
Well, let me just state for the record that masks are not theater.
Atlanta police say the names of the victims in shootings Tuesday will not yet be released, as authorities are still working to confirm their identities and notify their families. 6 of the 8 killed were of Asian descent. Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr. says although the suspect claims it was not a hate crime, they are not ruling it out.
We are looking at everything to make sure that we discover and determine what the motive of our homicides were.
Our Stacey Lynn is on Capitol Hill, where the House focused on the rise of anti-Asian violence coast to coast over the past year.
There was a clear theme in the hearing. Words matter. Many lawmakers pointing fingers at the former president and other Republicans' rhetoric. California Democrat Ted Lieu.
Whatever political points you think you're scoring by using ethnic identifiers and describing this virus, you're harming Americans who happen to be of Asian descent.
There was a call for more action and education. University of Minnesota professor Erica Lee.
We cannot afford to wait another 34 years for Congress to act.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
CBS's Steve Futterman says March Madness is here.
It's a bit different this year because of COVID-19. All games are being played near Indianapolis. Today, 4 games. The first starting right now, Texas Southern versus Mount St. Mary's. The teams that win today advance to the field of 64. Those teams begin play tomorrow. A champion will be crowned on April 5th. Undefeated Gonzaga is the number 1 seed.
Following overnight tornadoes, millions remain in the path of severe weather from Florida up to Ohio. The Dow lost 153, NASDAQ down 409. This is CBS News.
You can listen to CBS News Radio 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on radio.com or the radio.com app. Download it today.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. We're on every night, 8 Eastern on the Fox News Channel. Hope you'll watch. Censorship is worse than it has ever been in this country. First it was social media accounts. Now it's entire social media platforms. At this moment, the mob is targeting one of the few places left online for journalists to commit journalism. How long can this country survive without an open, honest, and free media? There's no value more American than free speech. Tune in weeknights, 8 p.m. on Fox News.
My name is Fallon Brown. Delivering with Uber gives me the flexibility that I need in order to keep up with my studies. Growing up, I was told I needed to go to school, but no one explained to me how to pay for college. I tried to go the traditional route for part-time jobs, but it didn't offer me the flexibility that I needed
Many people who drive with Uber tell us flexibility is important to them. But don't just listen to us. Ask your driver or delivery person. You might be surprised by their story. Earnings may vary.
Looking for some fresh air? CBS's Diane King Hall on some places you should scope out.
Travel-starved Americans are ready to take it to the great outdoors. According to a new Airbnb survey, southern Maine is the top spot for fresh air seekers this spring and summer. Cape May, New Jersey came in second, and Round Top, Texas rounded out the top three. The vacation rental site found that 84% of users were after unique experiences, like spaces with a treehouse or barn view.
There are very limited options to get out and about for the hundreds of players in Indiana for the NCAA men's basketball tournament. They can head to a minor league ballpark to play around on the field and get a breath of fresh air. Otherwise, they are largely limited to their hotels, the convention center for practices, and meeting rooms to talk strategy. The players at Wisconsin are enjoying some ping pong and spike ball in their rooms. Matt Piper, CBS News.
This is Chicago's all-news station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM and WBBMNewsRadio.com.
It's 4:05 Thursday, March 18th. Good afternoon. I'm Keith Johnson. 42 degrees still at O'Hare Airport. 41 now at Midway, but the wind's still a problem, gusting at 46 at O'Hare. 41 at Midway, the lakefront at 39. A low tonight in the upper 20s, but still the wind advisory until 7 tonight, and the lakeshore flood advisory in effect through 11 tomorrow morning. Our top story at WBBM, Governor Pritzker delivering reopening plans. That could mean big changes are coming soon. He says vaccine suppliers are increasing, and the states may be seeing 1 million COVID-19 vaccinations weekly in April. WBBM's political editor Craig Dellamore reports.
No masks aren't going away anytime soon, but Governor Pritzker says starting April 12th, anyone 16 and older should be able to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. No more phases.
By mid-April, we will be at a point where dividing up the population into phases won't make sense with the ever-increasing supplies that we expect to see.
Next, restrictions on capacity in business operations may ease a bit.
Barring any significant reversals in our COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths and cases, Illinois will move into this bridge phase when 70% of our 65 and older population receives at least one dose of the vaccine.
Then, after 28 days, if half Illinois' population has gotten at least one dose of the vaccine, the governor says, we may go back to normal, except for masks. Keep wearing those. Craig Dellamore, News Radio 105.9 FM.
And now an update on the latest COVID numbers for Illinois. The health department says more than 91,000 doses of vaccine were administered yesterday. Officials are reporting over 2,300 new and probable cases of COVID-19. Also, 34 more people have died due to complications of COVID. Chicago's iconic Second City Improv Comedy Theater will reopen in less than 2 months.
Second City's two theaters at Piper's Alley and Old Town will reopen on May 7th. New executive producer John Carr tells the Tribune the main stage and ETC stages will have new shows, but they will not be the traditional 2-hour-long reviews. Both stages will have hour-long shows made up of sketches, improv, and some old favorites. Carr says the new shows will be performed by cast members who are working in the theaters when they closed down a year ago. Capacity will be limited, audiences will undergo health screenings, and will be required to wear masks during the show. Second City has been around since 1959, and it's been the launching pad for generations of comedy performers. Rob Hart, News Radio 105.9 FM.
Chicago's Asian American community says an uptick in anti-Asian sentiment across the country is creating fear and anxiety in the city's Chinatown neighborhood. Alderman Byron Sixto Lopez.
In a time of fear, where a lot of members have said that they have expressed fear even coming out of their homes, people who are shutting down their businesses earlier because they're afraid. And this state of fear is unacceptable, and we cannot tolerate this.
Chicago police say they're not seeing an increase in hate crimes or an uptick in Asian American crime victims anywhere in the city, but they acknowledge that some nonviolent incidents may go unreported. It's 4:08. It's time for WBBM's traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by Rosecrans Health Network. And here's Claire Lane.
We're going to start on CTA. Howard-bound CTA Red Line trains are stopped. This is at Grand Avenue due to police activity. So kind of a ways from Howard, but you'll need extra time to get there. We'll let you know when trains resume their service. Eden's actually not so bad at all. Kennedy out 16 to Montrose, 12 in the Express, 36 minutes to O'Hare. Immontla take you 47 minutes from O'Hare, 33 coming in from the Edens. A little bit heavy on the outbound I-40 to Mannheim, now 53 minutes to 390. About 48 coming in from 390-30 from Mannheim. Stevenson out and getting packed, per usual. 38 to the Tri-State. Then slow to Cass, 52 minutes to Veterans. About 37 from 355, 27 coming in from 294. Crash southbound I-55, this is at Weber. The two left lanes are blocked, so this is going to stack up quick. Solid from 53. Dan Ryan headed out, 35. Inbound is 25. 57 outbound, a little bit of a delay to Holstead, about 18 to 80, but no inbound complaints. A similar story on the Bishop Ford, except outbound's clear, inbound is slow, just as you merge onto the Ryan, 19 to get there from 80. Lakeshore Drive heavy in both directions approaching Chicago. Northbound on the Tri-State had a short-lived stall just past the Bensonville Bridge. It's been towed, but you're still on the brakes as you pass through the area. Southbound Tri-State backing down Cermak most of the way to Ogden. A little bit of a build westbound 8094 from Kennedy Ave to Broadway. Next traffic report, 418, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back in with the forecast tonight, clear and cold, a low of 29, and tomorrow sunshine with a high of 46. And low 40s at the lakefront. 42 at O'Hare, Midway 41, the lakefront 39, and wind still a problem. Wind advisory in effect until 7, the winds gusting at 46 at O'Hare, and 41 at Midway, 33 in Joliet and Morris, gusting at 24. Markets down day, Dow dropping 153, NASDAQ down 409 points, and the S&P down 58. More news in a minute, it's 4:10. 4:11. City crews are preparing to install parking meters around Montrose Beach and Harbor in a move that advocates for the city parks call unfair to low-income residents. WBBM Jim Good is live on the Newsline with the story.
Keith, Juanita Irizarry, the executive director of Friends of the Park, says removing free parking spots at Montrose will take away an affordable option to enjoy the lakefront that low-income families from across the city depend on.
A lot of families need free outlets for recreation, for the whole family, for kids to go run around. And so everything that we do that restricts usage is sad.
The Lightfoot administration hopes to help balance the city's budget with increased revenue from additional parking meters. Irizarry says she's not necessarily in favor of more parking meters anywhere in the city, but she says perhaps a better option would be to install them in wealthier residential areas near the lakefront, rather than putting the burden on low-income Chicagoans. Reporting live, Jim Goodis, News Radio 105.9 FM.
3 children are in serious condition after a house fire on the south side before midnight at 61st and Wabash. A 10-year-old girl threw a mattress from a third-floor window and jumped to safety. Fire crews used a ladder to rescue 2 boys ages 2 and 4. No adult was home at the time, but police say the mother of the children has been found and no charges have been filed. A Chicago alderman wants to put new restrictions on house museums.
Fourth Ward Alderwoman Sophia King is looking to restrict house museums in residential neighborhoods. Right now, any Chicago resident can establish a museum, gallery, or library in private homes without city approval. King introduced an ordinance before the City Council Zoning Committee, which would require private owners obtain a zoning change through their alderman. The Sun-Times reports it sparked outrage from those who operate house museums, including the Woodlawn Childhood Home of Emmett Till and a Bronzeville home once belonging to the Phyllis Wheatley Club. Rachel Pearson, News Radio 105.9 FM.
A hotel on Navy Pier opened its doors today. The same day, Governor Pritzker announced a bridge phase that will serve as a transition period to restore the state with higher capacity limits, as well as increased business operations. Michael Jacobson is head of the state's Hotel and Lodging Association.
The demand and excitement is certainly picking up, and that's why we're so excited about today's announcement in particular, because what we were fighting for so long was just a framework or some clarity on what to expect over the next coming months.
Jacobson says hotels are going to begin reopening and rehiring their staff. Coming up, a look at the AccuWeather forecast and sports.
Another chance to win $1,000 is just minutes away. Keep it here for the keyword at 422. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
APR equals annual percentage rate. By member's choice, this institution is not federally insured. NMLS number 384759. Equal housing opportunity. Accounts insured up to $250,000. Call for additional cost information. Other restrictions may apply.
With Credit Union One, it's never been easier to lower your existing mortgage payment or buy a new home. Right now, Credit Union One is offering historically low mortgage rates and no closing cost options. Conventional loans are available under 2.4% APR or jumbo loans as low as 2.7% APR. Plus, get pre-approval in 1 day. Lowest mortgage rates, no closing cost options. Pre-approval in 1 day. Call Credit Union One or apply online today for conventional loans available under 2.4% APR or jumbo loans as low as 2.7% APR. Call 888-610-4591. That's 888-610-4591. Or apply online at creditunion1.org. That's creditunion1.org. Credit Union One. Better banking for all of us.
It's 4:15. Time now to update the AccuWeather forecast, and sponsored by Advent. And here's meteorologist Bob Larson.
Make sure a flood advisory in effect till 11 a.m. tomorrow. Wind advisory continues until 7 this evening. Very windy and chilly the rest this afternoon. Sunshine and a few clouds, a high near 45 degrees, but colder at the lakefront. Wind gusts still 40 to 45 miles per hour. Mostly clear and cold tonight with the wind gradually subsiding, low 29. Mostly sunny tomorrow, a chilly breeze, high 46, near 40 at the lakefront. For Saturday, mostly sunny and becoming milder, high 58, low chillier at the lakefront. Breezy and warmer Sunday, sunny to partly cloudy, high 64. For Monday, variably cloudy, breezy and warm, high 64. Still mild Tuesday, but there could be showers, high near 60. The lakefront temperature 39, Midway 41, O'Hare 42, and in Northbrook it's also 42. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Bob Larson on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
At 4:16, time for a new Mercedes-Benz from Lober Motors in Lincolnwood, and time for sports. Jeff Jonigan.
Andy Dalton getting comfortable being a Chicago Bear after a 9-year career with the Bengals, released in May of last year. Really knew he was going to have to take a backup job somewhere. Went to his home state of Dallas with the Cowboys and wound up playing 11 games and 9 starts. Also battled a concussion. Also battled COVID. Also battled the idea that it was very difficult to just jump into an organization during that pandemic period of time. Now, fresh start, new free agency, had offers. So why did he choose the Bears?
The past relationship with Bill Lazor, which was one, and just seeing at this point in my career, you want to join a team that is competitive, that is doing things the right way, is trending in the right direction, and to get a chance to come in and start for a team like this, I mean, that's a great opportunity for me and just for my future and my career and everything.
And yes, he did get the green light. He will be the starter. That's why he chose the Bears. Nick Foles still on the roster at the moment. They know each other from their days back in Houston and Austin, respectively, growing up. Meanwhile, the Bears also entertaining Kenny Golladay, reportedly, with Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy. Yesterday, he's off to New York to visit with the Giants. The Bears re-signed long snapper Patrick Scales. Brent Urban goes to Dallas. Mitchell Trubisky signs with the Buffalo Bills on a 1-year deal for $2.5 million to back up Josh Allen. The NFL strikes it big with their new media deals beginning in 2023, $113 billion over 11 seasons, including a Monday Night Football package on ESPN that can get flexible scheduling involved, so games that they don't love, they won't have to do. What else is going on? You got Mike Glennon, the former Bear, signing with the Giants, who also are getting Kyle Rudolph to play tight end after a career with Minnesota. Cubs and Indians 1-1. David Bodie a homer. Jake Arrieta looking good. Dallas Keuchel did not. They're playing the Royals. With sports on your home for the Bears, Jeff Joniak, News Radio 105.9 FM.
It's 4:18. It's time to update traffic and weather together on the gate. Sponsored by Amco Transmissions and Total Car Care. Here's Claire Lane.
Through Will County, I-55 becoming a problem for you both ways in the same spot. A southbound solid traffic 355 to Weber crashed in the 2 left lanes, so everybody squeezing by on the right. Got the northbound Gapers 126, however, but you've also got a crash northbound sitting on the right shoulder. Inbound on the Eden, still pretty good for you. Outbound Kennedy, 16 to Montrose. You do say 4 in the Express. 36 minutes to O'Hare. Amount will take you nearly 50. That's coming in from the airport. 33 minutes coming in from the Edens. Outbound Ike is heavy from Damon to 25th. 40 to Manheim. 53 to 390. Inbound 48 from 390. 30. That's on the inbound ride from Manheim. Stevenson out about 38 to the Tri-State, then slow to Cass. 52 minutes to reach Veterans. Not too bad coming in on the Stevenson 37, 355 to the drive, about 27 minutes, 294 to the drive. Dan right out, 35, 22 coming in. Well, busy 57 on the outbound stretch just as you pass Holst at 18 to 80. Clear coming in and clear on the Bishop Ford. Lakeshore Drive heavy both ways out Chicago. Southbound on the Tri-State busy. Irving to the Bensonville Bridge. Dixie Highway to Holstead. Your remaining tollways are good. Filling in into Indiana, eastbound 8094 Kennedy after Broadway. Traffic is sponsored by EMCO Transmissions and Total Car Care. Potholes got you rattled. EMCO's free stereo and suspension check will diagnose the problem right the first time and catch a small problem before it becomes more serious. From transmissions to struts, brakes, and everything in between, search AAMCO or call 1-800-GO-EMCO. Next traffic report, 428. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Lakeshore flood advisory in effect through 11 a.m. tomorrow. The wind advisory in effect until 7 tonight. 42 degrees at O'Hare with the winds gusting at 46. Midway, it's 41. The winds gusting at 41. And the lakefront, 39. Winds north at 25 miles an hour. And the markers today, Dow dropped 153 points. It's 420. Our top story this hour, the coronavirus vaccination milestone about to be reached by the U.S. President Biden says his goal of vaccinating 100 million Americans against COVID-19 and the first 100 days of his administration will be reached tomorrow, more than a month ahead of schedule.
We've supplied more than 500 mobile clinics, like pop-up sites or vans, meeting people where they are.
We'll have much more on this story at 4:31. We're learning more about the suspect in a double murder in rural LaSalle County.
There was an order of protection against the suspect, 37-year-old Donald Fredris. For the past 3 years, the local radio station WCMY reports he was under court orders to stay out of the town of Sheridan and to stay away from his ex-wife. It's reported that she accused him of littering her yard with nails, of circling and watching her home, and of sending messages to her and her new husband from a fake social media account. The LaSalle County Sheriff said Fredris showed up at his ex-wife's home on Tuesday night and shot out the windows. Several miles away, her parents would later be found dead in their home, both of gunshot wounds. The suspect was arrested after he was seen walking in a cornfield about 8 hours later. Mike Krauser, News Radio 105.9 FM.
A motorist has been charged with a misdemeanor DUI in Chicago. Police said the driver rear-ended an ambulance while a 6-year-old boy rode in his car in East Garfield Park. No one was injured. The boy was taken to a hospital as a precaution. A new study finds a link between cardiovascular problems and memory issues.
Heart health in your 20s and 30s could play a huge impact on your brain health later. According to a study in the American Academy of Neurology, people who have cardiovascular issues such as high BMIs or live with diabetes and high blood pressure in early adulthood are more likely to encounter cognitive decline as they age. Elise Preston, CBS News, New York.
A Plainfield Township supervisor is facing fraud charges. He's resigned. Tony Fremerick facing federal charges for allegedly stealing from a former employer. Juliet Herr reports Fremerick was charged with alleged embezzlement of more than $1 million. 422. Coming up, your chance to win $1,000.
March's biggest tournament is finally here, and DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is putting new customers in the center of action. Bet $4 on an underdog. Win $256 if they win. It's that simple. Pick one of many select college basketball underdogs for your shot at winning $256. All it takes is a $4 bet. Download the top-rated DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook app now and use promo code 780 when you sign up to turn $4 into $256 if the underdog of your choosing pulls off the upset. That's code 780. For a limited time, only with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older. Illinois only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537.
Each weekday, we give you 11 chances to win $1,000. It's keyword for cash in WBBM, and this hour's word is boom. B-O-O-M. Text the word boom to 72881 by the end of the hour. That's 72881. Message and data rates may apply, and please don't text and drive. One randomly selected nationwide entrant will win $1,000. And we'll give you another chance in about an hour at 5:22, plus all day tomorrow, 22 past each hour. There's no limit to how many times you can win, so keep listening to WBBM on the radio.com app, and good luck. 4:24 as we move to business news, checking in with Bloomberg and Ann Cates.
Demand for unemployment benefits has soared. First-time jobless claims rose to 770,000 last week, the highest level since mid-February. The red-hot housing market is paying off for many homeowners. According to real estate information company CoreLogic, homes with a mortgage gained more than $26,000 in equity on average during the final quarter of 2020, the strongest showing in 7 years. Goldman Sachs is looking for employees who will volunteer to be relocated to West Palm Beach. The initial wave may include a couple of hundred workers from Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Because of the pandemic, the financial industry is looking at shifting offices from expensive areas such as New York to places like Florida where the taxes are lower and the weather is warm. A major sell-off on Wall Street today. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 153 points. The Nasdaq closed down 409. That is a drop of 3%. And the S&P 500 closed down by 1.5%. With business now at 23 and 53 from the Bloomberg Newsroom, I'm Ann Cates, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Get a free honey butter chicken biscuit at Wendy's this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Because it's the official breakfast of March Madness, we've invented Biscuit Ball. The game with only one rule. Score a free honey butter chicken biscuit at Wendy's, no cash. During breakfast hours this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
No purchase required. Limit 1 free honey butter chicken biscuit per person per day, March 18th through 2021. Only at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Not valid for delivery orders or combined with other Wendy's app offers. No substitutions while supplies last.
What's in store for your business this week at Staples?
Printing you new signs for the times.
Get back to business with custom printed signs and sales materials. Staples has hundreds of designs to choose from, or just upload your own.
And now at Staples, get 15% off signs, posters, or decals when you spend $75 or more.
Some items printed same day when ordered before 2 p.m.
Save big on custom printing at Staples.
Ends 5/29/21. Exclusions apply. Limit one offer per customer. See store associate or visit staples.com/signage for details.
At 7-Eleven, we have a crazy variety of drinks. Large, big gulp drinks in 12 flavors. You could come in every day for 12 days and get a different flavor each time. Coffee with so many different sizes, varieties, toppings, and flavors. You could come in every morning and get a different coffee combo for over 8 years. Get any large drink for just 79 cents with 7 rewards. 7-Eleven, always open.
Offer good through 4/27/21. 79 cents on any large beverage plus tax for applicable at select U.S. 7-Eleven stores. See 7-Eleven app for full terms.
WBBM Business sponsored by Elmhurst BMW. It's 4:28. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by CarX Tire and Auto. Here's Claire Lane.
After previous police activity along the CTA Red Line, as with an investigation at the Grand Avenue station, we had train stop headed for Howard for about 12 minutes. They're moving again. Just give yourself extra time if you're taking the CTA Red Line north. Where you will certainly need extra time is on I-55. Southbound is jammed solid now from 355 to Weber. You have a crash involving a semi in the 2 left lanes. And this isn't too common, but it happens. A northbound Gapers Way, 55, caused a crash in the same spot past Weber. It's a rollover, northbound in the 2 right. So everybody's squeezing by on the right headed south, everybody's squeezing by on the left headed north. And that's why you're jammed from 126 on the northbound stretch. Edens is actually doing very well. Kennedy out, 18 to Montrose, you say 4 in the Express, 38 minutes to O'Hare. About 42 from O'Hare, 28 off the junction. Outbound Ike still crowded, 38 to Mannheim, 51 to 390. About 47 minutes from 390, it's 29 minutes, Mannheim into the Jane Byrne. Stevenson out, heavy Damon assist, Rotherham for the Tri-State to Cass. 36 just to get to the Tri-State, 52 to 355. About 36, Veterans to the Drive. Dan Ryan headed out, a 35-minute commute. Heavy from the Pershing to the Split, and that will take 22. Next traffic report, 438, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back with the 4.
We're going to switch it to the radio.
Let My Metro take you there. I'm Ayana Walker, a compliance specialist with My Metro. Every day, we have dedicated crews hard at work sanitizing, disinfecting, and deep cleaning our trains and stations. You see, it's not enough to get you back to work on time. We're going to get you there safely. Your well-being is our #1 concern. So why waste time and money sitting in traffic when you can commute with confidence on My Metro?
This is Chicago's all-news station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM and WBBMNewsRadio.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Keith Johnson with the top stories in News Radio WBBM. President Biden marking a milestone in the effort to vaccinate Americans against COVID-19.
This is Jim Goodes. Governor Pritzker's plan to reopen the state's economy slowly is drawing sharp criticism from a suburban restaurant owner who's fought the state's COVID restrictions in court.
Atlanta believes they're not ready to rule out hate crime charges in a deadly shooting spree targeting spas. And Rod Blagojevich is wading back into politics. Sort of. The markets today, a rough day. Dow dropping 153. NASDAQ losing 3% of its value, dropping 409 points today. And the S&P down about 58. 42, partly sunny at O'Hare, with the winds gusting at 46. A wind advisory until 7 tonight. Low 29 tomorrow. Sunshine with a high of 46. The News Watch continues at 4:31. President Biden says the U.S. has reached a key milestone in its efforts to vaccinate people against COVID-19. The president says new figures on vaccination signal a time for optimism in the country's fight against the pandemic, but not relaxation. CBS correspondent Steve morning more from the White House.
The president says his goal of 100 million shots in his first 100 days will be hit tomorrow.
We're way ahead of schedule. We got a long way to go.
In all, counting the final weeks of Donald Trump's term, more than 115 million vaccine doses have been administered. More than 40 million Americans have been fully vaccinated. But Mr. Biden says herd immunity won't be reached until the vast majority of Americans take the shots.
I need you to get vaccinated when it's your term and you're able to do that.
Mr. Biden says he'll announce a new goal for the nation next week. Stephen Portnoy, CBS News.
Governor Pritzker set out guidelines for a transition to a post-COVID-19 state as more and more people are vaccinated against the illness. The governor unveiled what he called a dial-up return to unrestricted social interaction, and it's tied to a number of COVID vaccinations delivered.
After a 28-day monitoring period in the bridge phase, and assuming no significant resurgence of COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, Illinois will resume normal business operations when at least 50% of our 16 and over population has received at least one dose.
The governor expanded COVID-19 vaccine eligibility today for Illinoisans age 16 and older to be effective on April the 12th. The suburban restaurant owner who's challenging the state's COVID-19 restrictions in court says the governor's plan will do more harm than good. WBBM Jim Goodes live on the Newsline with the story.
Keith, Casey Gulbro owns the Foxfire restaurant in Geneva. He says linking the full reopening of restaurants and other businesses to vaccination rates
is a needless delay when COVID infection rates have dropped, and he claims restaurants have already proven they can operate safely with precautions in place.
When we've already been suffering to now enforce vaccinations, and for that it seems like we keep prolonging just getting back to business, getting back to life.
While GoPro expects his restaurant to survive the pandemic, he says many are struggling to stay open and might not survive waiting for vaccination rates to reach the levels Governor Pritzker has mandated for full reopening. Reporting live, Jim Goodis, News Radio 105.9 FM.
It's 4:33. Atlanta police say nothing is off the table in their investigation into this week's deadly shootings at 3 massage parlors, including whether the killings were a hate crime. Atlanta Police Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr.
We are looking at everything to make sure that we discover and determine what the motive of our homicides were.
The 21-year-old suspect is said to have fatally shot 8 people, 6 of whom were women of Asian descent. He's appeared to blame the shooting on his sex addiction. Meantime, Chicago's Asian American community is denouncing anti-Asian sentiment that some say has caused anxiety.
Dr. Hong Lu, the executive director of the Midwest Asian Health Association, says she's seeing more Chinatown residents seeking mental health treatment. She says there is anxiety and fear over anti-Asian sentiment.
People are so scared of coming out, go to work, go to school, go to park, go to do activities, go to exercises. All those, and the businesses are afraid of opening late, staying late because of afraid of criminal activities.
CPD Commander Don Jerome says police are not seeing an increase in hate crimes here.
We haven't seen any kind of pattern or any kind of indication that there's an uptick in Asian American victims.
Some nonviolent incidents, he says, may go unreported. In Chinatown, Mike Krauser, News Radio 105.9 FM.
Congress is now taking up racism and violence against Asian Americans.
Senate Democratic Chief Chuck Schumer says it's long been a problem, fueled by bigoted words from Donald Trump and others he says have led to attacks on Asian Americans.
We must condemn rhetoric that is racist.
But at a House subcommittee hearing, Texas Republican Chip Roy said that's a dangerous slope.
Who decides what is hate? Who decides what is the kind of speech that deserves policing?
Repeatedly referring to China's Communist Party and the coronavirus's spread. Appearing as a witness at the hearing, New York Democrat Grace Meng blasted Roy, saying he can talk about whatever other.
You don't have to do it by putting a bullseye on the back of Asian Americans across this country, on our grandparents, on our kids.
Sagar Megani, Washington.
An Indianapolis man is now charged in the shooting death of Fayetteville, a child in a critical unit of his former girlfriend last weekend. Cassidy was arguing with his ex-girlfriend because he wanted a share of her federal COVID relief money. It's 4:36. After the work coming up, I'll see you in the giant bubble. Or U.S. waterproofing that fixes leaky basement. Schedule your consultation today at waterproofing.com. U.S. Waterproofing. A better basement starts with us.
Hear how the best minds in business really work with the boardroom.
Out of office chat sponsored by Rich Klein and Durant's 35 Ventures business partner. Industry leaders talk about who they are, how they got here, and things they learned along the way you might not expect. Listen on radio.com and Apple Podcasts.
Switch to T-Mobile for Business and get up to 90 days of service free via virtual rebate on your business plan. You get a great deal, the largest 5G network, and first-class benefits like Microsoft 365 on us. It's better for business and only with T-Mobile for Business. Limited time offer. Stop in-store for details. Plus taxes and fees for some plans. Virtual Express MasterCard within 8 weeks of receipt of valid submission. Complete port within 60 days. See T-Mobile.com for 5G devices, coverage, and plan details.
At CDW, we get that as an IT professional, your hands are full. Our experts can give you the help you need, like the iPad and Mac, so they're ready to go right out of the box. Your employees get highly secure devices that feel familiar and operate intuitively, and you'll benefit from easy ongoing management that frees up your hands for other projects. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Apple at Work.
Now, the lowest gas prices from News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM WBBM.
Sponsored by PackyWebFord.com. Get a 2020 Fusion SE Hybrid retired loaner vehicle for just $28.11. And that's over $9,000 off MSRP at Packey Webb Ford. And Harwood Heights, the Mobile at Montrose and Forest, $2.98 a gallon. And at Hodgkins, the BP at 91st and Joliet, you'll pay $3.09. It's 4:38. And time for traffic and weather together early 8, sponsored by Menards. Here's Claire Lane.
The toughest of the group today is 55. You've got solid traffic through Will County both ways. Your southbound delay actually starts on the outbound Stevens to pass Lamont Road. Due to a crash involving a semi, the two left lanes are blocked at Weber. So you're looking at 35 minutes to the Tri-State, about 50 to 355, and then, of course, you stop and go to Weber. And northbound is worse because of a crash that involves a rollover in the two right lanes also at Weber. Likely a gapers delay caused a rollover. It does happen, and you're jammed from 126. Eaton's is actually not bad at all. The Ike is busy outbound, 39 to Manheim, 52 minutes to 390, and minus 46. That's coming in from 390.28 from Manheim. Coming inbound on the Stevenson, just 35 minutes from Veterans. Dan Ryan headed out, that's 37 minutes, inbound 22. 57, the Bishop Ford checking in pretty good for you. Lakeshore Drive is still both ways out Chicago. Southbound on the Tri-State busy from the Stevenson to the 82nd Street toll. A lot of you choosing to bail. Using the Tri-State exit to not sit in the traffic that you're stuck in. Stevenson outbound because of the Weber Road crash. Probably a good bet, actually. The rest of your tollways in decent shape. 80 East is filling in Briggs to US 30. 8094 West is heavy from Torrance to Burr. If you want to help us with our coverage, you can do. It's the WBBM Duncan Traffic Tip Line, 855-780-FLOAT. Next traffic report, 448 News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
WBBM Actions with AccuWeather forecast. Wind advisory in effect till 7 this evening. Lakeshore flood advisory runs till 11 a.m. tomorrow. Mainly clear and cold tonight, with the wind gradually subsiding. Overnight low at 29. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Chilly breeze. High 46, closer to 40 at the lakefront. The lakefront temperature now 39, midway 41, over here 42. Midlothian, it's also 42. I'm AccuWeather's Bob Larson, on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Market watch today in the red. Dow dropping 153, Nasdaq down 409, and the S&P down 58. It's 441. Members of the House are debating the future of two key bills targeting immigration.
The bills would open a gateway to citizenship for over 3 million young dreamers and farm worker immigrants. The bill for the dreamers would help them stay in the United States and give them a chance for citizenship. The other would do the same for around 1 million farm workers in the U.S. illegally. President Biden strongly supports both measures, but there's a lot of Republican opposition, which means any legislation on the issue faces a big climb before it can reach the president's desk. The votes come as the administration tries to deal with the soaring number of unaccompanied migrant children arriving at the southern border. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Well, the Senate's confirmed veteran diplomat William Burns as director of the CIA. The approval comes after Republican Texas Senator Ted Cruz lifted a hold he had placed on the nomination. Burns is a former ambassador to Russia and Jordan who served at the State Department for more than 30 years under both Democratic and Republican presidents. Day 2 of a 2-day severe weather outbreak in a large part of the country.
While more than 24 tornadoes were reported across the mid and deep south yesterday, there have been no confirmed deaths or serious injuries, and there wasn't widespread damage. More severe weather, including tornadoes, will threaten much of Georgia and the Carolinas today. Coastal areas of North and South Carolina face the greatest risk. Jim Crisilva, CBS News.
Scientists in the U.S. and Canada are opening new fronts in war against so-called murder hornets as the giant insects start building nests this spring.
Scientists say the battle to prevent the apex predator from his focus. Experts say the hornets pose threats to human life, to valuable bee populations needed to pollinate crops, and to other insects. One major front will be setting thousands of traps this spring to capture queens that are trying to establish nests. Both government agencies and private citizens will set traps. Matt Piper, CBS News.
And this sounds like something from the bad old days of Chicago politics. Prosecutors say a former Florida Republican state senator promoted a phony candidate intended to pull votes away from a Democratic incumbent.
The former Miami area state senator is accused of setting up a sham independent Senate candidate to confuse voters in last year's election. Prosecutor Catherine Fernandez-Rundle.
We are alleging that Frank Artiles paid Alex Pedro Rodriguez almost $45,000 to run as a candidate in this race.
The Democrat was also named Rodriguez and lost by 32 votes to the Republican challenger. Artiles reportedly bragged about his role. He and the fake candidate now face criminal charges for election law violations. Peter King, CBS News, Orlando.
It's 4:43. Top trending stories are coming up.
Hi, this is Sean from Chicago, and I just won $1,000 listening to WBBM.
It's back. Keyword for cash.
I am so excited. Thank you so much.
11 chances to win $1,000. Each weekday at 22 past each hour. From 7 in the morning until 6 at night.
That is wonderful.
Get the radio.com app. Listen and win in our national contest. Message and data rates apply. Find all station contest rules at WBBMNewsRadio.com/rules. Keyword for cash.
I just won $1,000 from WBBM.
Upwork has the largest network of independent professionals, like developers, designers, data scientists, you name it. And they're proven, rated, and reviewed. So when you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is how.
Hi, Chicago. Everybody knows there are things in life that make total sense, like switching to Geico. They offer 24/7 access to licensed agents and have a 97% customer satisfaction rating.
Other things make no sense, like chicken fingers. Last time I checked, birds don't have fingers. And don't get me started on buffalo wings.
However, it makes total sense to bundle your home and car insurance with Geico. You could save a lot, and they can insure your motorcycle, boat, and RV. Geico also has discounts for military and federal employees.
But it makes no sense that the word abbreviation is so long.
On the other hand, it still makes total sense to switch to Geico. They have an industry-leading mobile app you can use to pay your bill, file and manage a claim, or add a new driver. They even have local agents you can meet face-to-face.
Conversely, it makes no sense that a doctor's workplace is called a practice. Aren't they supposed to be done practicing after med school?
So, Chicago, it makes sense to switch to Geico, online, over the phone, or with your local agent.
It's time to upgrade your heating and cooling system with the experts at ABC. For a limited time, buy an AC, get your furnace free. Yes, free, plus next day installation. Get ready for summer with a new AC system and replace your old furnace at the same time for free. Buy one, get one free with ABC. Financing is available. Visit 4abc.com. That's the number 4abc.com and consider it done.
Top trending stories on WBBMNewsRadio.com.
We posted full details of Governor Pritzker's plan to gradually reduce coronavirus-related restrictions across most of Illinois as vaccination rates move higher and the trend of COVID-19-related illnesses and deaths moves downward. The governor today announcing the creation of what he called a bridge phase to lift some restrictions at businesses and attractions. Authorities in LaSalle County say they still haven't worked out why a 37-year-old man from Sandwich shot and killed his ex-wife's parents. Prosecutors announced filed charges against Donald Friedrich and Tuesday night's deaths of Gregory Barnes and Sr. and his wife Brenda. Leaders with the European Union's health regulating agency say they'll add a warning about the potential for blood clots in some people who receive AstraZeneca's coronavirus vaccines. The EU says it believes the risk of clots is worth the benefit of the vaccine, which has not been approved for use in the U.S. Have you thanked a bus driver today? The CTA says the city of Chicago has declared this to be Transit Driver Appreciation Day. The head of the agency is calling on riders and others to shout out CTA, Metro, and PACE workers for their dedication during the pandemic. It's 4:46, and when searching for solutions to basement seepage, search U.S. Waterproofing. Sports, Jeff Joninger.
At least for 2021, the Bears know exactly what they want at the quarterback position. He's Andy Dalton. Number 14 says he's the man.
They told me I was the starter. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, and so every conversation I've had has been that. So that's the assurance that I've got.
And he has talked to Nick Foles, who's still on the roster as well. Both fellow Texans growing up. Dalton thinking about the bigger picture as well.
Yeah, I would love for this to be the last place that I play. I'd love to finish my career here and get established. And so for me, this is the second half of my career. I want to play really good football. I want to help this team win a lot of games, and I want to bring some excitement to this city. So I think that's just kind of where I'm at and what I'm looking forward to.
He's also well aware of the reaction. He's also very interested to see the pieces on the offense, including Allen Robinson, come together. Meanwhile, Mitchell Trubisky ends his Bears career by signing with the Bills on a one-year, $2.5 million contract to be a backup. Bears reportedly met with Kenny Golladay yesterday, and he's in New York now to meet with the Giants, who also signed Kyle Rudolph today. Baseball today, David Bodie a homer, and Jake Arrieta 4 innings of 4-hit, 1-run baseball. Jake Marisnik also with a home run. They lead the Indians, while the White Sox, Dallas Keuchel gave up 5 hits and 5 runs in his 2 innings. They trail Kansas City. With sports on your home for the Bears, Jeff Joniak, News Radio 105.9 FM.
4:48, time to update traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by Grandview Homes. Here's Claire Lane.
Well, we're going to start through the South Loop. Many of you take Roosevelt, and it's kind of a struggle at Rubble due to a crash and the traffic signals flashing red. So everybody treating it like a 4-way stop if you're there. Know that that's what's ahead of you. And next worst of it, easily, I-55 is a mess. Southbound, a solid traffic from Lamont Road on the outbound Stevenson to Weber Road due to a crash involving a semi. 2 left lanes are blocked. You had a northbound Gapers delay and it caused a rollover crash also past Weber. Now, the rollover northbound is in the 2 right, so you're jammed forward from 126. Everybody just has 1 lane to use in either direction. Eaton's actually moving pretty well in either direction, about 23 between Lake Hook and the Kennedy. Kennedy out 18 to Montrose, who say 4, and the Express is 40 to O'Hare, and about is 41. O'Hare into the Jane Byrne, 28 off the Edens. Outbound Ike is 39 in Manheim, about 52 to reach 390. 45 coming in from 390, about 30 from Manheim. Again, Stevenson out crawling because of a crash at Weber, and that's on the southwest side of 55, so it's 37 to the Tri-State, but then it's an hour to reach Veterans. Coming inbound, just 34, 355 to the Drive. Dan Ryan out 33, about 22. 57 in the Bishop Ford, not too bad. Lakeshore Drive, heavy both ways at Chicago. Southbound on the Tri-State, heavy from the Stevenson to the Mile Long Bridge, and then Dixie Highway to past Holstead. And then you're seeing some traffic westbound at 8094, heavy from Torrance to Burr. No eastbound complaints. Next traffic report, 458. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
WBBM AccuWeather. Lakeshore flood advisory is still in effect. That continues to 11 a.m. Friday. Wind advisory runs till 7 this evening. The wind gradually subsiding tonight, mostly clear and cold, a low of 29. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, brisk and chilly, high 46, near 40 at the lakefront, but turning milder over the weekend. The lakefront temperature 39, Midway 41, O'Hare 42, and Munster it's 41. I'm AccuWeather's 5 hours on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Market watch today. Dow dropped 153 points, ending at 32,862. NASDAQ was down 409, and the S&P down 58. It's 450.
Chicago's most trusted stop for updated news minute by minute. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
The news is sponsored by Alfa Romeo of Glenview. Former governor and freed felon Rod Blagojevich is stepping into a South Suburban political race, taking part in a campaign commercial for a township candidate.
Ex-Governor Rod Blagojevich drops into a campaign commercial for Scott Casper, who's running for Orland Township Supervisor, trying to unseat incumbent Paul Grady, whom he suggests is a follower of former House Speaker Michael Madigan.
You know, Paul's law firm, it's collected over $3 million in fees from local towns that Madigan's pressured to hire him.
Blagojevich offers himself up as someone who knows a lot about politicians in trouble and offers an opinion on O'Grady.
Did you also know that Paul O'Grady is a Madigoon?
Yes.
No, he's a mega Madigoon.
O'Grady says Casper is lying, and as for Blagojevich's goon comment,
I think it's laughable. I grew up in the south suburbs. I grew up in Flossmoor. I live in Orland Park with my family. I've been out here raising my family, and I don't even know how to respond to a term like that I really don't even understand.
Craig Dellamore, News Radio 105.9 FM.
A coalition says the mass vaccination site at the United Center is serving a disproportionate number of white neighborhoods, not the black and brown communities hardest hit by the virus. People's Response Team co-founder Paul Siegel telling CBS 2 the group is proposing a new approach.
Accessible, walk-up friendly, easy to get to sites in the communities for people to be vaccinated and also to get contact tracing and testing and education.
The group also wants CPS to keep all high schools closed until September and use that in the meantime as community vaccination centers. British health authorities say COVID-19 vaccinations for people under age 50 may be delayed for up to a month.
The delay is caused by a shortfall in supply, partly due to reduced deliveries from the Serum Institute of India. Britain's National Health Service says that vaccine supplies available for first doses would be significantly constrained beginning of March the 29th. According to a letter from the NHS's Chief Commercial Officer and a doctor, as a result, people under 50 shouldn't get shots unless they have underlying health conditions that put them at higher risk. Zaria Shackley, London.
Market news coming up. It's 4:52.
With this melting snow, many homeowners are discovering new leaks in their foundations or are being reminded that the leaks they experienced last year didn't fix themselves. Call Permaseal for permanent repair. 800-421-SEAL or visit permaseal.net.
Just announced at Man Carey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. 0% for 84 months on almost all brand new cars. You heard right. 0% for 84 months on almost all models. Jeep Cherokee Limiteds, Compasses, 0% for 84 months. Take $10,000 off MSRP on new Ram 1500s. New Jeep Cherokees are $19,995. New Grand Cherokees are $29,995. 600 factory cars on display for immediate delivery. Grand Cherokee Limiteds, Wrangler Saharas, Gladiator Rubicons, SRTs, RTs, Hellcats, Red Eyes, Scat Packs, Rams. You will drive home today. 0% for 84 months on almost all new cars. Don't forget, $10,000 off Ram 1500s. Jeep Cherokees, $19,995. Jeep Grand Cherokees, $29,995. And no payments till June. Man Carey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Oak Lawn.
$13.89 per thousand financed on select models with approved credit in lieu of rebates off MSRP. May not be which vehicle sold in trade area plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
And time to recap business news sponsored by the Village of Bedford Park. With that, we turn to Bloomberg and Ann Case.
First-time jobless claims have unexpectedly hit a one-month high. Initial applications for unemployment benefits rose to 770,000 last week, with the figure showing how the labor market is still grappling with business closures and health concerns. States with the biggest increases in jobless claims include Texas, Illinois, and Virginia, while Ohio posted the largest decrease. Even with millions of Americans looking for work, the number of skilled trade jobs in the U.S. is far outpacing the supply of qualified people to fill them. That's according to staffing agency People Ready. It says most in-demand skilled trade jobs are remaining unfilled the longest. Job postings for plumbers and roofing and other construction workers are up. Google is promising to create 10,000 new jobs in the U.S. this year, and it is pledging $7 billion to make it happen. The company is investing in office and data centers across the country. On Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 153 points. The Nasdaq down by 409. The S&P off 1.5%. With business now at 23 and 53 from the Bloomberg Newsroom, I'm Ann Cates, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM. Safe, local, your home for business is the Village of Bedford Park. Over 450 businesses strong and growing with a safe, reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Visit VOBPBiz.com and bring your business home to the Village of Bedford Park.
64 college basketball teams will start tomorrow looking to win it all. BetQL has the data and insights on how to bet each of those 64 teams. Before you place another college basketball bet, you've got to check BetQL. BetQL runs thousands of simulations to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. For a limited time, you can save 64% with promo code MARCH64 at BetQL.com/March. That's 64% off with promo code MARCH64 at BetQL.com/March.
Attention truck drivers. Schneider is excited to announce a new pay increase for a dedicated driving account in your area. Now, drivers can earn up to $93,000 plus up to a limited time $10,000 sign-on bonus. Benefit from predictable schedules with weekly home time while hauling 100% no-touch freight. With a variety of home time options available, it's never been easier to find a job that fits your schedule. Learn more about Schneider driver openings in your area and apply for a job today at SchneiderJobs.com.
Microban 24 protects against Staphylococcus aureus and Enterobacter aerogenes bacteria, but does not provide 24-hour protection against viruses. Every time you touch a surface, you leave behind bacteria. To keep surfaces sanitized all day, use Microban 24 sanitizing spray. Spray on hard surfaces to kill 99.9% of viruses and bacteria initially, including the virus that causes COVID-19. Once dry, Microban 24 sanitizing spray is effective for 24 hours on bacteria when used as directed.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing and be deadly. Your symptoms could mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
WBBM and HD Chicago, WCFS-FM and HD1 Elmwood Park, Chicago.
Now your lottery numbers in the midday drawing: in the pick 3, 833, Fireball 2; in the pick 4, 8148, Fireball 8; and the lucky day 14, 17, 19, 24, and 35. 4:58, traffic and weather together on the 8s. Here's Claire Lane.
Finally starting to fill in on the Edens, about 25, up on just 22. Kennedy out 18 to Montrose. You save 4 in the Express. It's 38 to O'Hare. 42 minutes coming in from O'Hare. That's 28 coming in off the Edens. Up on Eisenhower will take you a while. 39 in Manheim, 52 to 390. 45 coming in from 390, 27 from Manheim. Stevens is packed, headed out. About 40 to the Tri-State, but an hour to Veterans because of a southbound 55 crash involving a semi at Weber that blocks the 2 left lanes. Stevenson coming in, not awful, 35 from Veterans. The problem's getting there because you have a northbound 55 crash at Weber. It's a rollover in the 2 right lanes. Your stop and go now from US 30. Dan Ryan headed outbound, that's 32. Inbound will take you 22. Traffic is sponsored by Duncan. Chicago runs on Duncan. Next traffic report, 508. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back in with the forecast includes a wind advisory until 7 tonight, lakeshore flood advisory in effect through 11 a.m. tomorrow. Tonight, a low in the upper 20s, clear and cold, and tomorrow, sunny and breezy with a high of 46, but low 40s at the lakefront. Right down 42 at O'Hare, the winds gusting at 46, Midway 41, the winds gusting at 41, and the lakefront at 39 degrees, and the winds north at 25.
News that matters around the clock. Breaking news at any time from the Fifth Third Bank Studios. Fifth Third means business. This is Chicago's all-news station, a radio.com station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM, WBBM.
Coming up in the next half hour, News Radio WBBM, Governor Pritzker rolling out the new plan to lift coronavirus limits and raise vaccination levels across the state.
I'm Brandon Eisen. Hunger continues to rise in rural Illinois and the big city suburbs as food pantries struggle to meet the demand.
President Biden says the U.S. will meet his administration's goal for COVID-19 vaccinations more than a month ahead of schedule. More on that story in seconds from CBS News. Markets Dow down 153, NASDAQ down 409, and the S&P down about 58. CBS is next. It's 5 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Matt Piper in New York. President Biden says his 100-day vaccination goal will be met tomorrow, his 58th day in office. Our Stephen Portnoy on how he's marking the occasion.
On the cusp of reaching his goal of seeing 100 million shots administered in his first 100 days, the president says there's more work to do.
This is a time for optimism, but it's not a time for relaxation.
Mr. Biden says he'll announce a new goal next week. He held a mask in his hand.
We've got to reach the point where we have herd immunity, meaning where we have a vast majority of the American people have been vaccinated before we can stop wearing these.
Stephen Portnoy, CBS News.
CBS's Alexander Tin says the CDC recommends 6 feet of distancing in schools, but that could soon change.
The CDC is expected to issue a change to their COVID-19 recommendations tomorrow, according to an administration official, that could help many more schools reopen, allowing some students to be spaced just 3 feet apart.
Police in Georgia say nothing is off the table when it comes to investigating if Tuesday's killings of 8 people were a hate crime.
Law enforcement officials in Atlanta say they have reached no conclusion.
Our investigation is looking at everything.
Deputy Police Chief Charles Hampton Jr., the biggest questions remain, were the murders race-related? Did the killer target those of Asian background?
I can't say that he specifically targeted those individuals. What I will say is that he did frequent those 2 locations within Atlanta.
New information from police indicates at least 3 of the victims were shot in the face or head. Steve Futterman, CBS News.
We are Americans. Those were the words during a House committee hearing testimony today on the rise of crimes against Asian Americans, sometimes in broad daylight in places like San Francisco and Boston. Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal.
Our words matter. Our framing matters, and particularly as members of Congress, when we use our platforms to continue slurs that are seen in a way that encourages racist hate crimes, It is a big problem.
WWJ's Jeff Gilbert on Hyundai's Genesis brand, recalling about 95,000 vehicles.
The issue is an anti-lock brake module that can overheat and potentially cause a fire. There have been 5 fires, but no injuries. The vehicles involved are the Hyundai G70 from 2019 through 21, the G80 from 17 through 20, and its predecessor, the 2015 and 16 Hyundai Genesis.
Teen Vogue is parting ways with its brand new editor-in-chief over racist and homophobic tweets of hers from a decade ago. This is CBS News.
Indeed believes less is more, so they have screening tools to help you narrow down your list of candidates. And you only pay for the applications you need. Deal? Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Are you tired of your outdated shower or tub? Bath Planet has you covered with their beautiful, easy-to-clean acrylic bath systems. It's easy. They can convert your outdated tub into a safe and beautiful walk-in shower in as little as 1 day. Right now, buy one shower or tub system and get 50% off a second, or save $1,000 on one shower or tub system from Bath Planet. Bath Planet is AAA rated by the Better Business Bureau, is an Angie's List Super Service Award winner, and made in the USA. Bath Planet is the only bath company with the Good Housekeeping seal of approval and warranty. Call 855-719-BATH, 855-719-BATH. That's 855-719-BATH, or visit bathplanetlocal.com today for a free in-home estimate. Update your bath in as little as 1 day. Visit bathplanetlocal.com. Includes tub or shower and walls on approved credit. See company for complete details.
Feeling good about your NCAA basketball picks?
Sir, the possibility of successfully navigating an asteroid field is approximately 3,720 to 1.
Never tell me the odds.
Oh, that's nothing compared to the odds of picking every winner in the NCAA basketball tournament. It's never been done, so we got all the math majors around the radio station to crunch the numbers. Carry the 2. They found, based on a flip of a coin for each game, the chances of getting a perfect bracket are 1 in 9.2 quintillion. True, if your guesses are more informed, the odds are better. Still, don't be discouraged. I can easily pick the winner, of course, when you put Illinois on the final line. Kyle Kimball for CBS News, Chicago.
Heartbreaking video has been released of an 18-year-old minutes before a 2016 skydiving jump that proved fatal. The video was released by his family's attorney after a $40 million judgment against the owner of the California company. Matt Piper, CBS News.
This is Chicago's all-news station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM and WBBMNewsRadio.com.
It's 5:05, Thursday, March 18th. Good afternoon. I'm Keith Johnson. 41 degrees at the airport's Lakefront 39. Winds gusting at 43 at O'Hare and 41 at Midway. Still the wind advisory in effect until 7 tonight. Our low tonight in the upper 20s, and tomorrow sunny, a bit chilly with a high of 46. Our top story at WBBM, the light at the end of the tunnel getting a bit brighter today. Governor Pritzker laying out the roadmap for a total easing of restrictions as the state continues to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic.
Governor Pritzker says President Biden's made good on his promises to increase vaccine supplies going to the states and cities, so Illinois could be able to administer 1 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccine weekly in April. That's good news.
It's time to begin to cautiously move toward normalcy, and it's imperative that we do so in a way that maintains all the progress that we've made to date.
The governor's outlined the metrics, assuming no surges. Capacity and business restrictions ease when 70% of residents over 65 have been vaccinated at least once, and when half the total population's gotten a shot, business could return to normal. But State Health Director Dr. Ngozi Ezike warns that masks will still be part of life.
Wearing the mask is not going to be forever, but until more people are vaccinated, this will be the path forward. Testing is also vital.
Craig Dellamore, News Radio 105.9 FM.
The suburban restaurant owner who's challenging the state's COVID-19 restrictions in court is strongly criticizing the governor's plan to reopen the economy fully. Casey Goldbro, who owns Foxfire Restaurant in Geneva, says linking the full reopening to vaccination rates a bit needless now. With infection rates have dropped, he claims restaurants have already proven they can operate safely with precautions in place.
He's having us wait and playing games that just I don't think many restaurants and other small businesses can afford to take or play. Just another hurdle for us to jump through. And how long will it take to get 50% of Illinois' population vaccinated, especially when so many people are worried about it?
Goldbro expects restaurants restaurants will survive the pandemic, but he says many others are struggling to stay open and might not survive, waiting for vaccination rates to reach the levels Governor Pritzker has mandated for a full reopening. More than 91,000 doses of COVID-19 vaccine were administered in Illinois yesterday. Health officials, though, reporting over 2,300 new and probable cases of COVID-19 and 34 more deaths tied to it. 9 of those were in Cook County. WBBM News Time, it's 5:08, and time to update traffic and weather together on the 8. And here's Claire Lee.
Worst of it remains 55 both ways in the same spot. You've got a southbound 55 crash involving a semi at Weber. 2 left lanes are blocked. Everybody's squeezing by on the right. You're solid from Route 83 on the outbound Stevenson at 1 hour and 3 to reach 355. Northbound 55, you have a rollover crash also at Weber. The 2 right lanes are blocked, so everybody's squeezing by on the left. You're solid from US 30. Once you get to the Stevenson coming in, just 35 minutes, 355 at the drive. Eaton's coming in, 24, outbound 21. Kennedy out 19 in Montrose to save 5 in the Express, about 42 O'Hare. Inbound will take you 42. O'Hare into the Jane Byrne, 28 coming in from the Edens. Outbound Eisenhower, heavy western to First Ave, 36 to Manheim, 49 minutes to 390. Inbound is 45 from 390, 27. Manheim into the Jane Byrne. Dan Ryan out about 32 minutes. Inbound takes 22. 57 out, slight delays to Holstead, 18 to 80. No major complaints coming inbound. Bishop Ford out is 18. Inbound is also clear. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, heavy Michigan down to Chicago. Northbound will tight Navy Pier up to Chicago Ave. Southbound Tri-State is from 75th to the Mile Long Bridge and then Dixie Highway to Holstead. A little bit of a build northbound 294 as you connect with the Eisenhower. Rest of your tollway still okay. 80 busy both ways as you pass US 30. Westbound 8094 is still tied up off the Bishop Ford to Burr. We've got a crash in Niles. This is at the intersection of Gulf Road and D. If you want to help us with our coverage, call us. The WBBM Duncan Traffic Tip Line, 855-780 Road. Next traffic report, 518. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back here with the forecast tonight, clear and cold. Winds gradually subsiding from lows from over 25 of the suburbs, low 30s downtown. And tomorrow, sunshine with a high of 45, low 40s, though, near the lakefront. 41 now with the airports, Lakefront at 39, Waukegan sunny and 40 degrees, and the market Dow dropping 153 points today. NASDAQ down 409, and the S&P down 58. More news in a minute. It's 5:10.
Speed into spring with the new BMW. Visit Elmhurst BMW now through March 20th to test drive an ultimate driving machine and get a $1,000 credit, 0.9% financing, plus all new vehicles come with BMW's Ultimate Care no-cost maintenance and roadside assistance. You earned it. You deserve it. Elmhurst BMW at 500 West Lake Street or elmhurstbmw.com on select models to qualified buyers.
At CDW, we get that as an IT professional, your hands are full. Our experts can give you the help you need by custom configuring Apple products like the iPad and Mac, so they're ready to go right out of the box. Your employees get highly secure devices that feel familiar and operate intuitively, and you'll benefit from easy ongoing management that frees up your hands for other projects. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Apple at Work.
WBBM News Time, 5:11. The news is sponsored by Lynn Roofing and Remodeling. Hunger is still devastating communities in northern Illinois, and pantries say it's been difficult to keep up with a 34% increase in demand over the previous year.
And that demand is not going down as they continue to help tens of thousands of families each month get access to free, nutritious food, says Food Bank President and CEO Julie Yurko.
So depending on where you go, you are going to see a line of cars. It could be multiple rows of 25 to 40 cars in every one of those rows across a large parking lot, or it could be a lower amount of cars, but still a long line.
And Yurko says their network of 900 food pantries and service agencies have received $1.7 million in grants from the food bank to build their capacity for food storage and distribution, but that they report back to her that they are still unable to meet the increased need.
Including 1 in 6 of our children who are hungry in the suburbs of Chicago and across rural northern Illinois.
Brandon Eisen, News Radio 105.9 FM.
An apparent murder-suicide is being investigated in Elgin. Police say a man and a woman were found shot to death in a home this morning on Bluff City Boulevard. Plans by the city to install parking meters at Montrose Beach and Harbor, drawing sharp criticism from the leader of a park advocacy group.
Juanita Irizarry, executive director of Friends of the Park, says the availability of free parking at Montrose makes the lakefront more accessible to many low-income families in the city.
And it would be really sad to see low-income families not be able to use it as much, because normally they would come out with their grill and maybe a tent, bring the whole family in their vehicle and park for the whole day, but not be able to do that because the parking rates are too high.
The parking meters were approved as part of a plan to help make up for lost tax revenue during the pandemic and balance the city's budget. While Irizarry says she doesn't necessarily want to see any more parking meters installed, she suggests it would perhaps be better to install them in more affluent residential areas near the lakefront, rather than putting the burden on people who can least afford them. Jim Goodis, News Radio 105.9 FM.
A big data company is going to have lots of new workers in Chicago soon.
Google is planning to add 10,000 jobs nationally this year, and Chicago is getting some of them. Google is getting new office space ready in the Fulton Market District, but will not say how many jobs Chicago is getting. The space has already been leased by Google, but the company has not used it until now. Google is investing $7 billion in offices and data centers across the nation. $25 million of that is coming to Illinois. Cisco Cotto, News Radio 105.9 FM.
The state sports gambling law is making it difficult, but not impossible, for Illinois residents to bet on the U of I or Loyola University when March Madness kicks off tomorrow. The law legalized betting on college sports, but prohibits betting on any Illinois team that's playing. But when the pandemic hit, Illinois waived the in-person requirements to register with sportsbooks. Because online sportsbooks look at where the bet is placed, not where the bettor lives. All the bettor has to do is leave the state, place a bet. Coming up, the AccuWeather forecast in sports at 5:14.
Another chance to win $1,000 is just minutes away. Keep it here for the keyword at 5:22. And listen anytime by asking your smart speaker to play WBBM News Radio.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
5:15, time for the AccuWeather forecast. It's sponsored by Wintrust Community Banks, and here's AccuWeather's Bob Larson.
Short flood advisory in effect till 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Persistent onshore wind and a wind advisory set to expire at 7 this evening. Mainly clear and cold tonight. The wind gradually subsiding. Low 25 the western suburbs, 31 at the lakefront. Sunshine tomorrow along with a chilly breeze. High 45, closer to 40 at the lakefront. Clear and cold tomorrow night, low 23 to 28. Saturday, mostly sunny with a milder afternoon. High 56, though still chillier at the lakefront. Breezy and warmer on Sunday, sunny to partly cloudy. High 63. Breezy, warm weather on Monday, more clouds, then side high again, 63. Tuesday, cloudy, breezy and mild, maybe a couple of showers. High 60. The lakefront temperature 39, Midway 41, O'Hare 41, and Oak Park. It's 40. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Bob Larson on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
It's 5:16. When searching for a certified pre-owned Cadillac, search Heritage Cadillac Sports. Here's Jeff Joniak.
Being the Bears quarterback as a starter was a big draw for Andy Dalton. Introduced to the media this afternoon on Zoom, and he says he's very excited about the opportunity after bouncing from the Bengals to the Cowboys last offseason. This was a fresh start from the beginning of free agency, not like it was last year when he was dumped and then signed with the Cowboys in May. He put a lot of work into it, including watching a lot of tape of the Bears from last season.
Yeah, I knew that
the last part of the season, they really got things rolling, and with the run game, and I think they got the line settled and figured out, put some guys in some different places and all that kind of stuff. And so, it was fun for me to just sit down and get a watch. Okay, what pieces do we have? What does this look like? Where can we take it? And so, I definitely did my homework and watched a lot of film.
And for now, he is comfortable with the notion that there's a big mix of offensive coaches, but one draw, obviously, with his days back to Cincinnati as offensive coordinator Bill Lazor. They worked together for 3 years. Also, reports that Kenny Galladay, the St. Rita product and Southside native, reportedly spent yesterday with general manager Ryan Pace and head coach Matt Nagy at Hallis Hall, and is now off to the Giants to visit with them, so that's a possibility, while the Bears re-signed long snapper Patrick Scales on a 1-year deal and added defensive tackle Angelo Blackson on a 2-year, $5.5 million deal, reportedly with a $3 million bonus. Mitchell Trubisky is now a Buffalo Bill on a 1-year contract to back up Josh Allen for $2.5 million. The NFL, a $110 billion deal over 11 years with new media deals from the television and from Amazon. Lots of flexible scheduling involved and a big deal that will certainly pad the pockets of everybody involved, including players, in a few years. With sports, on your home for the Bears, Jeff Joniak, News Radio 105.9 FM.
It's 5:18 and time for traffic and weather together on the 8, sponsored by Insure on the Spot, and here's Claire Lane.
Worst of it remains 55 south. You are coming to almost a full stop here. From Route 83 on the outbound Stevenson to Weber, 55 south because of a semi-crash. The 2 left lanes are blocked. You're looking at 38 minutes on the outbound Stevenson just to get to the Tri-State, and then an hour and 3 to Veterans, at which point you are stopping and going to Weber. Northbound is not much better. Solid traffic from US 30 to past Weber. Now, there's no crash working northbound, a rollover in the 2 right. Once you get to the Stevenson, you're actually just 35 minutes to Lakeshore Drive, 25 coming in from 294. Up on Edens, 22, 24 coming in. Kennedy out, 17 to Montrose. You save 1 minute. If you opt for the Express, it's 37 minutes to O'Hare. And that'll take you 40. That's coming in from the airport, 25 off the Edens. So sluggish on the outbound Ike, 36 to Manheim, about 50 minutes to 390. 45 coming in from 390 and 27. Manheim into the Jane Byrne. Stevenson out, 30 minutes to hit the split, and that'll take it 22. A slight traffic building, 57 out to Halstead, 18 to 80. Clear coming in. Not too bad for you on the Bishop Ford. Lakeshore Drive heavy in either direction at Chicago. Still slow on the southbound Tri-State, 75th to the Mile Long Bridge, Dixie Highway to Halstead. Rest of your tollway's okay. Westbound 80 heavy from 355 to US 30. Eastbound on the brakes passing Larkin. So got traffic westbound 8094, Torrance to Burr. Traffic is sponsored by Insure on the Spot. Are you looking to save money on auto insurance? With Insure on the Spot, you'll get the lowest rate. Payments as low as $49 a month. Call 773-202-5060 or visit insureonthespot.com. There's traffic report 528 News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back with the forecast tonight. Temperatures in the mid-20s, clear and chilly. And tomorrow, sunny, a chilly breeze, a high 46. Low 40s at the lakefront, though. 41 now at O'Hare, the lakefront at 39 at 520. Our top story this hour, President Biden's announcement the U.S. will hit his administration's goal of vaccinating 100 million Americans against COVID-19 on the 58th day of his presidency. That's more than a month ahead of schedule.
Together, we're going to come through this stronger, with renewed faith in each other and our government that fulfills its most important function, protecting the American people.
We'll have much more on this story coming up at 5:31. Time now for Eating Right.
Poultry is a versatile and inexpensive ingredient to cook with. Let's discuss more in honor of National Poultry Day. This is registered dietitian nutritionist Jennifer Bruning, member of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics with Eating Right. Stir-frying is a simple, healthful way to prepare chicken. Place small pieces of chicken in a large skillet with a small amount of oil and cook for 7 to 10 minutes until the chicken reaches an internal temperature of 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Serve with brown rice and an assortment of vegetables. Use stir-fried chicken strips in tacos, salads, or wraps as well. Grilling chicken is also a healthful option. Marinate it with herbs, vinegar, and fresh spices. Like stir-fried chicken, you can prepare grilled chicken for salads, wraps, and sandwiches. Or cut into strips for your kids to dip in sauces. The options with chicken are endless. For more tips, visit eatright.org. Encouraging you to eat right, I'm registered dietitian nutritionist Jennifer Bruning for News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
The new Chicago hotel is now open, a sign that the hospitality industry is bouncing back.
While Navy Pier is closed to visitors, Sable at Navy Pier is officially welcoming guests.
I'm happy to say we've about 20 reservations tonight.
Bob Habib, CEO of Maverick Hotels, says construction of the 223-room hotel on Lake Michigan has been complete since November.
We chose not to open at that time. Decided this was probably a better timing, and it appears that that was a good call.
As capacity restrictions across Illinois continue to ease, Habib says he's hopeful for what's ahead.
The leisure guests, the individual travelers, will be very quick to come back to the market. The corporate traveler is a little bit more of a question mark, but time will tell there.
Rachel Pearson, News Radio 105.9 FM.
My name is Fallon Brown. Delivering with Uber gives me the flexibility that I need in order to keep up with my studies. Growing up, I was told I needed to go to school, but no one explained to me how to pay for college. I tried to go the traditional route for part-time jobs, but it didn't offer me the flexibility that I needed.
Many people who drive with Uber tell us flexibility is important to them. But don't just listen to us. Ask your driver or delivery person. You might be surprised by their story. Earnings may vary. See website for details.
It's time to upgrade your heating and cooling system with the experts at ABC. For a limited time, buy an AC, get your furnace free. Yes, free, plus next day installation. Get ready for summer with a new AC system and replace your old furnace at the same time for free. Buy one, get one free with ABC. Financing is available. Visit 4abc.com. That's the number 4abc.com and consider it done.
WBBM's Keyword for Cash features 11 chances each weekday to win $1,000. And this hour's keyword is CAR, C-A-R. Text the word CAR to 72881 before the end of the hour. That's CAR, 72881. Message and data rates may apply, and please don't text and drive. One randomly selected nationwide entrant will win $1,000. So make sure you're listening again tomorrow at 22 past each hour, starting at 7:22 in the morning. So you don't miss out. Make sure to ask your smart speaker to play WBBM News Radio. Good luck. And time now to look at business news with that. And Kate's at Bloomberg.
First-time jobless claims have spiked. Initial applications for unemployment benefits jumped to 770,000 last week. Students who were defrauded by their colleges and received only partial relief from their federal loans could now see them fully canceled. The Education Department says the change could lead to $1 billion in loans being canceled for 72,000 borrowers, all of whom attended for-profit schools. The agency is continuing to review a backlog of student claims, both those yet to be decided and those that were denied. Chubb, the largest global insurer, is exploring an acquisition of Hartford Financial Services. According to Bloomberg, Chubb has made a preliminary takeover approach for the Hartford and what could be the insurance industry's biggest deal in years. Shares of Hartford have more than doubled over the past year, giving it a market capitalization of $22 billion. On Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 153 points. The NASDAQ off 409 points. The S&P 500 closed down 1.5%. With business now at 23 and 53 from the Bloomberg Newsroom, I'm Ann Cates, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Plumbing emergency and need immediate service? Call the professionals at Plumbers 911. 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed and highly trained plumbers available 24/7. Call now and get $50 off your initial plumbing service. Plumbers 911. 1-833-PLUM-911.
I like to buy big and save big. That's why I bought my truck from Elgin Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. They had the largest selection around. And during Ram Truck Month, I got a huge discount.
Right now, get a new 2021 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for just $284 a month during Ram Truck Month. Elgin Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, recipient of the Customer First Award for Excellence by exceeding customers' expectations. Get started at ElginCDJR.com now.
My vehicle, my choice.
You don't like buying a car this way. 36-month lease on select models to qualified buyers with approved credit. Not all customers will qualify. Leasee responsible for maintenance, wear and tear. Excludes tax, title, license, and 30360 doc fee. $37.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. 25 cents per mile thereafter. Plus finance through CCAP. See dealer for details. Offer expires 3/31/2021.
Indeed knows unexpected demand can stretch your business thin.
Leon speaking.
Like at Leon's Plumbing.
Sorry, quickest we can get there is next Friday.
To stay out of hot water, he needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is 82-time World Cup champion Lindsey Vonn, and I invite you to join me on May 9th to run for those who can't with the Wings for Life World Run app. Run from anywhere in the world and be part of a global movement to support Wings for Life so that one day we can find a cure for spinal cord injury. 100% of your entry fee goes towards spinal cord research. Sign up and learn more at wingsforlifeworldrun.com.
Let the money madness begin with a chance to be one of 21 lucky winners at Four Winds Casinos in our March Money Madness event. Come into any Four Winds Casino location on March 20th for a shot at a share of $150,000 in cold hard cash, including a top prize of $25,000. Visit fourwindscasino.com to learn more. Four Winds Casino, your entertainment escape.
It's 5:28. Time to update your traffic and weather together early 8, sponsored by Marketplace Mortgage. Here's Claire Lane.
A new problem on the inbound side of 57. Not going to be a good thing for those of you coming inbound because a vehicle fire is at Halstead and it's blocking everything. All lanes of traffic with Chicago Fire Department crews on the scene. So you can bail where you want. You could use Halstead to travel north and get on the Ryan that way, or you could come inbound on the Bishop Ford. That's just 15 minutes. 57 out of Slight Gapers the way, that's 18. 50 or Bishop Ford out, that's just 17. Eden's filling in just a bit, coming in 25, outbound 22. Kennedy out crash at Kimball, the 3 left lanes are blocked. 20 to Montrose, 16 in the Express, 40 to O'Hare. I'm going to take you 40 also. O'Hare to the Jane Byrne, 25. Coming in from the Edens. Outbound Ike is 36 to Manheim, 49 to 390. 45 coming in from 390, 27 from Manheim. Stevens is pretty packed headed outbound, 37 to the Tri-State, an hour and 5 to Veterans. Got a southbound 55 crash at Weber. Semis involved. The 2 left lanes are blocked. A northbound 55 just as heavy in the same spot. Rollover crash at Weber. The 2 right lanes are blocked. You're solid coming north from US 30 once you get to the Stevenson. 34 minutes, 3:55 at the drive. Dan Ryan out 30. I'm on 22. Next traffic report, 538. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back with the forecast tonight. Clear and cold. Winds gradually subsiding. Lows of 25 in the western suburbs and low 30s downtown. Tomorrow, some sunshine with a high 45 and 40, near 40 at the lakefront. 41 degrees at the airports. Lakefront 39. The winds gusting at 43 at O'Hare and 41 at Midway.
Are you looking to buy a home but don't know where to start? Marketplace Mortgage is here to answer your questions, get you the lowest rate, and save you thousands on your mortgage. Go to marketplacemortgage.com today. Marketplace Mortgage, an Illinois residential mortgage licensee, NMLS number 169740.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
You got any trade secrets?
Oh boy, do I.
Great.
Now through Monday,
yeah,
trade in your old mattress and get $100 off any size Beautyrest or Sealy Posturepedic.
That's it?
You asked for a trade secret.
Is that someone else I can talk to?
Of course not. Hasselus mattress showrooms are employee-free.
Wait, you're the exact opposite of those other mattress stores.
Aw, thanks. Open 9 to 9 every day. Find a Chicagoland showroom near you or shop online at Hasselus.com.
This is Chicago's all-news station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM and WBBMNewsRadio.com.
Hey, it's 5:30. Good evening. I'm Keith Johnson with the top stories in News Radio WBBM. President Biden says the U.S. will hit a coronavirus vaccination milestone more than well ahead of schedule. Governor Pritzker announcing a new bridge phase to get Illinois to a post-pandemic reality. And leaders in Chinatown say a deadly shooting spree in Atlanta, the latest example of an ugly trend.
This is Rachel Pearson. Chicago Alderman want
wants the city to have a say when it comes to house museums.
Market watch today in the red, Dow dropping 153 points, Nasdaq down 409, and the S&P lost about 58. 41 degrees at O'Hare will drop to low tonight. 25 at the suburbs, low 30s downtown. And tomorrow, sunny, chilly day with a high of 45. The News Watch continues at 5:31. President Biden is touting a vaccination milestone, even as his administration says it's in position to help American neighbors get more vaccine doses. Correspondent Sagar Magadi with the story.
The president's goal was 100 million shots administered in his first 100 days. He says that'll be met tomorrow on day 58.
We're way ahead of schedule, but we got a long way to go.
He's calling it a time for optimism, but not relaxation, noting virus cases rising in some states. Still, as America's vaccination program ramps up, the White House says it's finalizing a deal to loan 4 million AstraZeneca shots to Canada and Mexico. The vaccine's not authorized for use in the U.S., and the Biden administration has faced calls to share it with nations whose citizens can take it. Sagar Magani, Washington.
Governor Pritzker has unveiled a major expansion of COVID-19 vaccinations outside of Chicago. They will be available to residents as young as 16, beginning on April 12th. The governor also says the state's anti-COVID effort is moving toward a so-called bridge phase.
Barring any significant reversals in our COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths and cases, Illinois will move into this bridge phase when 70% of our 65 and older population receives at least one dose of the vaccine. I'm optimistic about reaching that milestone because as of this morning, that number is 58%.
Chicago is not included in the state's expansion plan. Chicago will expand coronavirus vaccine eligibility to include those with underlying health conditions and more essential workers as planned on March 29th. Authorities in Atlanta say they've ruled out nothing in their investigation of Tuesday's deadly shooting spree targeting spas in the area.
Our investigation is looking at everything, so nothing is off the table for our investigation.
Police Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr. says the 21-year-old suspect is charged with fatally shooting 8 people, 6 of whom were women of Asian descent. He's appeared to blame the shooting on his sex addiction. Meantime, Chicago's Asian American community denouncing anti-Asian sentiment across the country that's been evident since early in the pandemic.
There is fear here in Chinatown and mental stress, to hear some residents tell it. Dr. Hong Liu is the executive director of the Midwest Asian Health Association's
mental health clinic has seen an increased number of patients, especially the Chinese residents in the community, with mental health stress, fear, anxiety, and even suicide attempt.
The commander of the police district covering Chinatown, Don Jerome, says there has been no uptick in hate crimes here.
We have not overall, either in Chinatown nor in Chicago in general.
He says that may be because some nonviolent incidents are not being reported, but as Dr. Liu said, there is fear. Businesses and restaurants here have had a tough go for more than a year. In Chinatown, Mike Krauser, News Radio 105.9 FM.
The House Judiciary Subcommittee held a hearing on violence against Asians. Subcommittee Chairman Steve Cohen spoke directly to Asian Americans in his opening statement.
I want to make clear that all Asian Americans who are understandably feeling hurt and afraid right now and wondering whether anyone else in America cares, that Congress sees you, we stand with you, and we will do everything in our power to protect you.
Several Asian American lawmakers testified on the rise in violence and discrimination against Asian Americans amid the COVID pandemic, saying the words of former President Trump and other Republicans have inflamed tension. It's 5:35. The head of the Illinois State Police say troopers are stepping up enforcement efforts of laws designed to protect enforcement officers from injury or death while they are assisting drivers. WBBM Jim Good is live on the Newsline with the story.
Keith, in a 2.5-week crackdown on violators of the state's Move Over or Scots law that ended earlier this month, Illinois State Police Director Brendan Kelly says more than 1,100 drivers got tickets.
This is not about being a nuisance to drivers. This is not about writing tickets or generating revenue or any other cynical perception one might have. The danger to our officers and to all first responders is real.
Kelly says stepped-up enforcement appears to be the only way to get more drivers to slow down or move over when they see emergency vehicles with their lights flashing at the sides of roads. Kelly says first-time offenders can face fines ranging from $250 to $10,000, and in cases where violating the law leads to injury or death, driver's licenses can be suspended for up to 2 years. Reporting live, Jim Goodis, News Radio 105.9 FM.
A newly proposed restriction for Chicago's house museums has drawn outrage from a small community.
Under current law, any Chicago resident can turn a house into a museum, art gallery, or library without city approval. Fourth Ward Alderwoman Sophia King wants to change that. King introduced an ordinance to the City Council Zoning Committee that would require private homeowners get a zoning change through their aldermen. It sparked outrage from those who operate house museums, including Naomi Davis, who recently purchased the Woodlawn childhood home of Emmett Till. She tells the Sun-Times, if one of us is affected, all of us are affected. Rachel Pearson, News Radio 105.9 FM.
Traffic and weather coming up. It's 5:36.
For 79 cents with 7 rewards, 7-Eleven has large Big Gulp drinks in 12 flavors and large coffee with up to 3,000 combinations. 7-Eleven, always open. Offer good through 4/27/21. 79 cents on any large beverage plus tax were applicable at select U.S. 7-Eleven stores. See 7-Eleven app for full terms.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. Check out our podcast, Ear Biscuits, where these two lifelong friends, that's us, talk about life for a long time.
Hey, you want to join the conversation? Listen to Ear Biscuits today. Available now on radio.com, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You decided to upgrade your outdoor deck. So you ordered the essentials. A power washer, a set of patio chairs, and a shiny new grill. And you use your Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping and up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member, which you put towards your most essential deck addition, a bird feeder. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more rewarding. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
Are you living with pain? Putting off treatment? At North Shore University Health System's Orthopedic and Spine Institute, we're committed to caring for you safely. Online, on phone, or in person, practicing the latest safety protocols. As Illinois' only hospital dedicated to patients with neck, back, and joint issues, we work together with one goal. Your goal. Living your life pain-free. So don't delay. Get the care you need now. Visit northshore.org/ortho.
Now, the lowest gas prices from News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM WBBM.
Sponsored by PackyWebFord.com. Get a 2020 Escape SE retired loaner vehicle for just $19,098. That's over $9,000 off MSRP at Packy Web Ford. In Hammond, the Sitco 108th and Indianapolis 289 a gallon regular unleaded, and in Bridgeview, the Clark on 79th and Roberts, you'll pay $309. It's 5:38. Traffic and weather sponsored by Kenosha Subaru. Here's Claire Lane.
We had a crash on the outbound Kennedy at Kimball, but it was blocking the 3 left lanes. IDOT has just cleared it. It's still solid from Armitage, about 25 to Montrose. You do save 9 in the Express. It's a 45-minute ride to O'Hare. About it'll take you 42. O'Hare to the Jane Byrne, 28 off the Edens, coming in on the Edens, about 24 minutes. Up on side of the Ike, 40 to Manheim. It's a 53-minute ride to reach 390. 46 coming in from 390, 28 from Manheim. Up on Stevenson, 35 to the Tri-State, but it's an hour and 5 to reach Veterans because of a crash, 55 south at Weber. The 2 left lanes are blocked. Stevenson coming in 34, 355 to the Drive. What's worse than southbound 55 is northbound 55. You're solid from US 30 to Weber. A Gaper's delay to the southbound crash caused a rollover, and now the 2 right lanes remain blocked there. Dan Ryan headed out, that's 30, 21 coming in. 57 coming in is blocked totally at Holstead. No cars go because of a vehicle fire. CFD is there trying to put it out and tow it, but it's going to take some time. So bail where you can. Again, this is Holstead on the inbound side of 57. You could come northbound using Holstead. You could use the Bishop Ford to get to the Rhine. That's just 15 minutes. If you're on Lakeshore Drive, you're heavy both ways at Chicago. Southbound on the Tri-State, heavy Dixie Highway to Halstead. Rest of your tollway's okay, but that delay a little bit heavy westbound 80-94. Heavy from the Bishop Ford, most of the way to Torrance. If you're on the eastbound side, you're checking in okay. Traffic is sponsored by Kenosha Subaru. Thinking about a new Subaru? Do yourself a favor. Take the short drive north and visit Kenosha Subaru and their newly expanded showroom, offering an even more relaxed and safe atmosphere for your next auto shopping experience. And now through March 31st is the Subaru A Lot to Love event. Next traffic report, 548 News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
It's WBBM Exergen AccuWeather forecast. Lakeshore flood advisor in effect until 11 o'clock Friday morning. Wind advisor till 7 this evening. Cold tonight, the wind gradually subsiding. Mainly clear, low 25 over the western suburbs, 31 at the lakefront. A good deal of sunshine tomorrow, breezy and chilly. High 45, closer to 40 at the lakefront. The lakefront temperature now 39, Midway 41, O'Hare 41, and Portage Park it's 43. I'm AccuWeather's Bob Larson on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
It's 5:41. The White House is making plans to send millions of doses of COVID vaccine to America's neighbors.
The government intends to loan 4 million doses of the yet-to-be-authorized AstraZeneca vaccine.
It's not fully finalized yet, but that is our aim and what we're working toward.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says 2.5 million doses would go to Mexico, 1.5 million to Canada.
Ensuring our neighbors can contain the virus is a mission-critical step.
The AstraZeneca vaccine has been authorized in Canada and other countries, even as concerns have been raised about a possible link to blood clots. The WHO now says the benefits outweigh the risks. Stephen Portnoy, CBS News.
Prosecutors at the trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin and George Floyd's death want a judge to allow expert testimony about how people react to traumatic events. Floyd said he had claustrophobia. Chauvin's attorney says if that is allowed, he should be able to tell the jury about Floyd's drug arrest a year earlier when he did not resist getting put into a squad car. The judge will rule on that tomorrow. 11 jurors have been seated so far. A former governor has lost a legal challenge.
A judge has denied a request to dismiss misdemeanor charges against former Michigan Governor Rick Snyder in the Flint water scandal. He's charged with willful neglect of duty for failing to timely declare an emergency in Flint. The city used the Flint River for drinking water without properly treating it to reduce corrosion. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Severe weather that ripped through parts of the South has now changed locations. As CBS News meteorologist Jeff Borodelli.
The major storm system that caused a significant severe weather outbreak on Wednesday with 27 tornadoes in the southeast has now moved to the southeast coast, and so the threat area has shifted to the Carolinas, southern Virginia, into Georgia, and the northern part of Florida.
Borodelli says the storm system will come to an end as it slides off the coast overnight tonight. Federal and local health officials are warning people not to drink this bottled water.
The Las Vegas water brand Real Water has been linked to liver illness in 5 hospitalized kids. The company's president is calling for stores to stop selling the product until the issue's resolved. The Food and Drug Administration warned consumers, restaurants, and retailers not to drink, cook with, sell, or serve the product. Real Water is marketed in boxy blue plastic bottles as mineral-rich and alkalized and infused with negative ions. The children who required hospitalization have recovered. Matt Piper, CBS News.
The markets are constantly changing.
Keep shooting up.
Soaring one day, in turmoil the next.
Another move down.
Stay informed weekdays with the WBBM Noon Business Hour. Financial news you can use.
This was part of a bigger trend.
That could set the market soaring.
Chicago's business station is News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM. WBBM.
0% on select makes and models to qualified buyers with approved credit. See dealer for details. Ends 3/31/21.
At Patrick, get 0% financing. And with Patrick Direct, shop online. Get contactless delivery. Visit patrickcars.com.
That's the Patrick promise.
Your nose is for breathing. Your mouth is for eating. And if you're breathing through your mouth, it's not because your body wants to. It's because it has to. Because your nose isn't working properly. And although you've lived like this, it's no way to live, and it's having a significant impact on your life. I know you know this, and I know that taking action isn't always convenient, but at Advent, we've done all we can to make changing your life for the better as easy as possible. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula. With tens of thousands of our patients, a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, along with a simple 20-minute in-office procedure called balloon sinuplasty, has opened their nasal passages, allowing them to breathe freely through their nose for good. And there's a good chance this procedure can do the same for you. We'll help you breathe through your nose again, and it will change your life. Go to adventnose.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventNose.com.
Ready for something new? Come on down to Penny Mustard Motors.
Penny Mustard Motors?
Penny Mustard is home to the city's finest selection of motorized reclining sofas.
Ah, I see.
Like the Rebecca reclining sofa. Take a look at this beauty.
That's a great-looking sofa.
Because it doesn't look like your run-of-the-mill reclining sofa.
Most reclining sofas don't feature the ultra-comfortable and ultra-contemporary buffleback design.
You will melt into the pre-crushed high-density foam at the end of a long day.
Want to take it out for a spin?
The unique cushion design gives you all the lower back support you need.
And the fully padded chaise leg extension provides a nice resting spot for your furry friends.
Available with or without a motor.
What do I need to do to put you into this sofa today?
The Rebecca reclining sofa, starting at just $18.50 with power at Penny Mustard.
6 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Trending stories on WBBMNewsRadio.com.
We posted food details on the planned expansion of coronavirus vaccine availability in Illinois. Governor Pritzker says anyone aged 16 and up will be eligible for a vaccine starting on April 12th. That does not include the city of Chicago, though, which is moving into what leaders call the Phase 1C at the end of the month. Prosecutors have filed misdemeanor charges against a man who police say was under the influence when he crashed his car into an ambulance. The 6-year-old boy was riding in the man's car at the time of last night's crash near Chicago and Kedzie in East Garfield Park. Authorities reported no serious injuries. 5:46, updating sports. Jeff Joniak.
Andy Dalton introduced to the Chicago media today. Excited to be a starter. He says that's the assurance he got from the Bears. He's looking forward to working with all the various coaches in place, including his old coach in Cincinnati, Bill Lazor, quarterback coach and then offensive coordinator.
Every conversation I've had, it's been fun to see just the work environment that we have here, and so to see the relationship that Bill has with Matt and Flip, and all the things that we're going to be doing, I feel like it's going to be just a great group effort along with everybody, because at the end of the day, I'm the guy that's out there. I'm the one that's going to be playing. We want to make this thing, work for everybody. So I definitely feel like I'll be part of that.
And so, Mike, so Andy Dalton is on the staff, along with Nick Foles, and the possibility of the Bears going into the draft. He says he's okay if they do bring in a rookie as well. Reportedly, Kenny Golladay, the St. Rita product, met with the Bears yesterday, meeting with the Giants today. The Bears re-signed long snapper Patrick Scholes, and also Angelo Blackson comes aboard, a veteran defensive tackle, on a $5.5 million 2-year deal. Mitchell Trubisky, now a Buffalo Bill, at $2.5 million to back up Josh Allen. Former Bear Brent Urban signs in Dallas. Baseball story: Cubs over the Indians 4-2 still going on. Jake Marisnick a homer. Same for David Bodie. Dallas Keuchel roughed up in the Sox game against the Royals, but they've come back to take an 8-7 lead. With sports on your home for the Bears, Jeff Joniak, News Radio 105.9 FM.
It's 5:48. Time for traffic and weather together on the gate, sponsored by Jewel Osco. Here's Claire Lee.
Toughest go remains. This is 55. Headed southbound, you've got a crash involving a semi and a very crushed vehicle that's up against the left wall at Weber. So the 2 left lanes are blocked with the emergency crews, with the investigation, and potentially with the extrication. So you're jammed on the outbound Stevenson from Cass now to Weber, 55 south. At an hour and 3-minute commute, Lakeshore Drive to Veterans. If you're just heading to the Tri-State, you're not too bad at 35 minutes. Coming inbound on the Stevenson 34, 355 to the drive, so you could shrug that off. What's worse is the northbound side of 55. You have a rollover crash at Weber also. The 2 right lanes are blocked, likely a gapers delay that turned into a rollover. But you're solid northbound US 30 to the scene. Not so bad on the Edens. Outbound is 19, inbound 25. Kennedy out 23 to Montrose, to save sometime in the express about 9 minutes. It's 33 to O'Hare. Inbound will take you 44 minutes from O'Hare, 26 off the Edens. Outbound Ike, about 40 to Manheim, 53 to 390. 44 coming in from 390, 27 from Manheim. Dan Ryan headed out, that's 30. 22 coming in. And proving quickly, 57 coming in. You had a vehicle fire at Holstead. Crews got to it quick. They extinguished it, and it's totaled, so they just towed it. You're still solid 119 to the scene at 30 minutes to get to the Ryan from 80, but better than coming to a full stop. Lakeshore Drive is still both ways at Chicago. A little busy on the southbound Tri-State Holstead to the Lincoln Oasis. 80 filling in either direction. East Larkin and Briggs, West 355 to US 30. Traffic is sponsored by Jewel Osco. Shop Jewel Osco for fresh Atlantic salmon fillets. Our 26 to 30 count waterfront bistro, cooked, peeled, and deveined shrimp for only $6.99 a pound. Next traffic report, 5:58. News Radio 780 at 105.9 FM.
WBBM AccuWeather. Lakeshore flood advisory until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Wind advisory runs till 7 this evening. Mostly clear tonight and cold. The wind gradually diminishing. Low 25 across the western suburbs. 31 at the lakefront. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Breezy and chilly, high 45, colder at the lakefront. The lakefront temperature now 39. Midway 41, O'Hare 41, and Roseland it's 39. I'm AccuWeather's Bob Larson on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
It's 5:50.
Chicago's most trusted stop for updated news minute by minute. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
An iconic Chicago comedy venue is about to welcome audiences once again.
The Improv and Sketch Comedy Theater Second City is saying yes, or maybe yes and, to reopening. New executive producer John Carr tells the Tribune the Second City main stage and ETC stages will have new shows beginning May 7th. The shows will run from Thursday through Sunday, with casts made up of performers who were working when the theater shut down a year ago. Carr says the theater will operate under capacity restrictions that are in place at the time. Audience members will have to undergo a health screening and remain masked during the show. It will also resume live improv training classes at the same time. Rob Hart, News Radio 105.9 FM.
A former New Jersey teacher has reached a settlement after claiming she was the scapegoat for political yearbook censorship.
Susan Parsons said she received death threats and was afraid to leave her home after being ordered to edit a student's Donald Trump t-shirt out of a Wall Township School District yearbook back in 2017. Now the retired educator is receiving a $325,000 settlement. According to a copy of the agreement, the district made no admission of wrongdoing. Mr. Trump won nearly 63% of the vote in the township in 2016 and more than 58% in 2020. Lisa Mateo, CBS News, New Providence, New Jersey.
At the editor's desk, Jeff Dankert, our writer, Terry Bauer, assistant producer, Shireen Mohammed, and Do Kim. At the web desk, Mike Ramsey, traffic producer, Anton Peters, business news coordinator, Randy Gersher, and managing editor, Julie Mann. 5:52, Business News is next.
Remodeling your kitchen or bathroom? Studio 41 can help. Our home design showroom offers a great selection of kitchen and bath products featuring the bold look of Kohler. Visit us online at shopstudio41.com to find a showroom near you.
Just announced at Man Carey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. 0% for 84 months on almost all brand new cars. You heard right. 0% for 84 months on almost all models. Jeep Cherokee Limiteds, Compasses. 0% for 84 months. Take $10,000 off MSRP on new Ram 1500s. New Jeep Cherokees are $19,995. New Grand Cherokees are $29,995. 600 factory cars on display for immediate delivery. Grand Cherokee Limiteds, Wrangler Saharas, Gladiator Rubicons, SRTs, RTs, Hellcats, Red Eyes, Scat Packs, Rams. You will drive home today. 0% for 84 months on almost all new cars. Don't forget, $10,000 off Ram 1500s. Jeep Cherokees, $19,995. Jeep Grand Cherokees, $29,995. And no payments till June. Man Carey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Oak Lawn. $1,389 per thousand financed on select models with approved credit in lieu of rebates off MSRP. May not be which vehicle sold in trade area plus tax, title, license, and document.
Demand for unemployment benefits has soared. First-time jobless claims rose to 770,000 last week, the highest level since mid-February. The red-hot housing market is paying off for many homeowners. According to real estate information company CoreLogic, homes with a mortgage gained more than $26,000 in equity on average during the final quarter of 2020, the strongest showing in 7 years. Goldman Sachs is looking for employees who will volunteer to be relocated to West Palm Beach. The initial wave may include a couple of hundred workers from Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Because of the pandemic, the financial industry is looking at shifting offices from expensive areas such as New York to places like Florida where the taxes are lower and the weather is warm. A major sell-off on Wall Street today. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 153 points. The Nasdaq closed down 409. That is a drop of 3%. And the S&P 500 closed down by 1.5%. With business now at 23 and 53 from the Bloomberg Newsroom, I'm Ann Cates, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Cleanliness and safety are essential to the success of any business. That's why Cintas has introduced our Total Clean program, a one-of-a-kind service that includes scheduled deliveries of essential cleaning supplies, hygienically cleaned uniforms, and on-site sanitizer and disinfectant services to help eliminate germs. Learn what the Cintas Total Clean program can do for you.
Oh, I'm ready!
Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing and be deadly. Your symptoms could mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If I'm not commuting anymore, where do I really want to live?
While you handle life's questions, Merrill Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio and invest for your next move with the option to work with an advisor at a low cost and minimum. Merrill, a Bank of America company. Visit merrilledge.com/investing goals to get started today.
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, both a registered broker-dealer and investment advisor, member SIPC. Investment products are not FDIC insured, are not bank guaranteed, and may lose value.
I absolutely love my dog, but the constant shedding, not so much. But then I got a Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, and it is amazing. These super thick cloths pick up a crazy amount of hair. Just look at all that. And that was from just one swipe. And the best part? Sweeper's so much easier to maneuver than a broom or a vacuum, easily getting around chairs and under the couch. You're right. Now I can focus on you, not your shedding. Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, because shed happens.
WBBM and HD Chicago, WCFS-FM and HD1 Elmwood Park, Chicago. It's 5:57. Layoffs remain high as much of the U.S. economy recovers from the coronavirus recession.
Jobless claims increased to 770,000 last week, according to the Labor Department. That's up from 725,000 the week before, a sign that employers in some industries are still laying off workers. And the layoffs are occurring even though the overall labor market has shown solid improvement. Many economists think the unemployment filings will decrease as states and cities ease business restrictions and consumers spend more. The country is still about 9.5 million jobs short of the total it had in February of last year. Mike Hemp in Washington.
U.S. Postal Service investigators found no evidence of any backdated presidential election ballots in Erie, Pennsylvania. And that's according to a report summarizing the investigation into claims by a postal worker. The report also says the employee acknowledged that he had no evidence of any backdated presidential ballots. It's 5:58 and time for traffic and weather together on the 8. Here's Claire Lane.
Got a number of crashes in your way. We'll start with the freshest, eastbound 80. You got a crash past the Des Plaines River Bridge, but you're heavy from Larkin. Westbound Gapers, Eaton's is actually doing pretty good. Up on side of the Kennedy, 23 to Montrose, 14 in the Express. It's 43 minutes to O'Hare after a crash near Kimball. Inbound 37 from O'Hare, 25 minutes coming in off the Edens. Up on Ike, about 40 to Manheim, 53 to 390, 44 coming in from 390, 27 from Manheim. Still tight on the up on Stevenson, and that's putting it lightly. 35 to the Tri-State, then you're an hour and 3 to Veterans. If you're continuing south on 55, proceed at your own risk. Only one lane of traffic getting by because of ongoing crash cleanup after a semi sort of crushed a car at Weber. 2 left lanes are blocked. You had a previous northbound 55 crash at Weber. That one's been towed. Up on Ryan, 17. Inbound will take you 18. Earlier vehicle fire, inbound 57 has been cleared from Halstead till 28 to get to the Ryan. Traffic is sponsored by Duncan. Chicago runs on Duncan. Next traffic report 608. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Lakeshore flood advisory in effect through 11 a.m. tomorrow. The wind advisory due to expire tonight at 7. And tonight, clear and cold, a low of 25 in the suburbs, low 30s downtown. Tomorrow, sunshine, maybe a chilly breeze, and a high of 45 degrees. 40s, though, at the lakefront. 41 at the airport, lakefront 39, winds gusting at 43 at O'Hare and 41 at Midway at 5:59.
News that matters around the clock. Breaking news at any time from the Fifth Third Bank Studios. Fifth Third means business. This is Chicago's all-news station, a radio.com station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM, WBBM.
Coming up in the next half hour in News Radio WBBM, President Biden touts his administration's progress in getting Americans vaccinated against COVID-19. More coming up on the CBS World News Roundup.
This is Jim Goodis, a suburban restaurant owner who has fought state COVID restrictions in court, says Governor Pritzker's plan to reopen the state's economy fully is a needless and harmful delay.
Chicago's famous tamale guy serves up a lawsuit against the people who operate his restaurant. And the markets down 153 today. NASDAQ down 409. The S&P down 58. CBS next at 6 o'clock.
Another pandemic goal in sight. These milestones are significant accomplishments. Were the spa killings hate crimes?
Nothing is off the table for our investigation.
Rough weather ahead in the southeast.
The Carolinas, southern Virginia, Georgia, and northern Florida.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Peter King in Orlando. Joe Biden campaigned under the promise of getting the pandemic under control, and now he says one of his most important goals is about to be met.
The president says his goal of 100 million shots in his first 100 days will be hit tomorrow.
We're way ahead of schedule, but we got a long way to go.
In all, counting the final weeks of Donald Trump's term, more than 115 million vaccine doses have been administered. More than 40 million Americans have been fully vaccinated. But Mr. Biden says herd immunity won't be reached until the vast majority of Americans take the shots.
I need you to get vaccinated when it's your term and you're able to do that.
Mr. Biden says he'll announce a new goal for the nation next week. Stephen Portnoy, CBS News.
The AstraZeneca vaccine hasn't been approved for use here yet, but when it is, the White House says it will share millions of doses with Mexico and Canada. Georgia's accused spa killer remains jailed, charged with 8 murders. 6 of the 8 victims were women of Asian descent. Atlanta Deputy Police Chief Charles Hampton Jr. says they're still not calling it a hate crime.
We are looking at everything to make sure that we discover and determine what the motive of our homicides were.
And now the Cherokee County Sheriff's spokesman is off the case after it was discovered that he had made anti-Asian social media posts about the pandemic, and after he said the shooter had a bad day. CBS's Mark Strassman.
All of this sort of feeds into the narrative that there are a number of insensitivities going on here, and now you have a sheriff's office investigating what many people see as a hate crime, and there may be some people in the sheriff's office who have problematic attitudes of their own.
Flooding in North Carolina, suspected tornado touchdowns in a dozen Alabama counties, thousands of people without power. All of that as the next round of rough weather heads east and north. CBS News meteorologist Chet Baradelli.
Some cities that will be affected: Savannah, Georgia, Jacksonville, Florida, all the way up through Charleston, South Carolina, places like Charlotte and Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, and all the way to the coast in Wilmington. We're going to see the possibility of severe weather and also the likelihood of a few tornadoes. A couple of those tornadoes could be on the strong side, so make sure you pay attention to local warnings.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 153 points. Now this.
Dell's semi-annual sale for business has arrived. Save up to 45% on Dell computers powered by Intel Core processors. Just call 877-ASK-DELL.
When you're running a business, you don't have time to worry about slow internet or confusing cybersecurity. So get fast, reliable internet from Comcast Business on the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses. You can add the advanced security of Comcast Business Security Edge to help eliminate threats. And enjoy the peace of mind that comes with knowing 24/7 support is just a phone call away. Get fast internet and advanced security made simple so you can bounce forward with Comcast Business. Help your business bounce forward with an amazing offer from Comcast Business. Get started with a powerful and reliable internet and voice solution for $35 each a month for 24 months for 2 years when you buy both. Plus, ask how to add Comcast Business Security Edge. Call 1-800-501-6000 today to find out more. Restrictions apply. Limited to new Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers. Early termination fee applies. Enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay required. Security Edge available when added to Comcast Business Internet for additional monthly charge. Call for details.
The FBI is looking for more help in catching suspects from the Capitol riot. More from CBS's Jeff Pegues.
Today, the FBI put out videos of some of the men they consider among the most violent in the mob clashing with police on January 6th. There was the man who used his fist to punch one of the officers in the face, another individual wielding a stick, and someone grabbing and twisting an officer's mask. Investigators are hoping someone will recognize these suspects and report them to the FBI. Jeff Pegues, CBS News, Washington.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has taken exception to President Biden calling him a killer in an interview earlier this week. The Kremlin has recalled its ambassador from Washington. At today's White House briefing, spokeswoman Jen Psaki was asked,
Does President Biden regret calling Vladimir Putin a killer?
No, the president gave a direct answer to a direct question.
You're listening to the CBS World News Roundup.
Dell's semi-annual sale is the perfect opportunity for a significant business upgrade. Save up to 45% on Dell computers built for business and powered by Intel Core processors. Plus, enjoy special pricing on Dell docks, monitors, servers, and more. All with easy financing options through Dell Financial Services. Speak to a Dell Technologies advisor today to find the right tech for your business with fast, free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. Again, that's 877-ASK-DELL.
Guys, you know what's so great about Blue Chew? Everything. You get the same active ingredients as in Viagra and Cialis, but at a fraction of the cost. Prescriptions are filled online, with no embarrassing trips to the doctor or the pharmacy. And Blue Chew's tablets are chewable, making it easy to be ready. Visit BlueChew.com for details and safety information. Use the promo code BETTER and receive the first month of your active plan free. That's BlueChew.com, promo code BETTER.
Our series, COVID-19 1 year later, continues with a look back at the past 12 months in Europe and Great Britain.
February 2020, WHO headquarters.
We now have a name for the disease, and it is COVID-19.
By March, Italy has become the first hotspot in Europe. This Italian doctor begging for help.
We are facing a war now here.
In May, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson relaxed his country's lockdown but urged people to stay alert.
That it would be madness now to throw away that achievement by allowing a second spike.
But there was a second spike and a third spike in England, in many countries that weighed livelihoods against lives and relaxed lockdowns too soon. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
The NCAA men's basketball tournament has started with the first 4 play-in games underway. Time on the roundup, 7 minutes past the hour.
Ready to create your own income with your own home-based business where there's no such thing as getting laid off? If a billionaire entrepreneur spent 5 years and $20 million searching for the next big trend, wouldn't you want to know what he found? If you're serious about making money from home without having to leave home, then write this down. www.goherenext.com. You decide your income. Get the facts now. GoHereNext.com.
At CBS News, our mission is to provide you with everything you need to know to stay safe and informed.
And every day at CBS This Morning, we're here with the latest on the coronavirus.
We'll continue to be your home for information and first-hand accounts of how America is coping and how you can too.
As you know, these are unique times. Our CBS This Morning team is dedicated to giving you the facts to make sense of it all and keep you connected, because we are all united in getting through this together.
It's 6:08, time for traffic and weather together on the 8s. And here's Claire Lane.
Been tracking trouble 55 south for the last several hours, and it's still in your way, unfortunately. You're on the brakes from the outbound Stevenson at Cass. Bumper-to-bumper traffic to Weber, 55 south, because of a crash investigation after a semi crushed a car. 2 right lanes are blocked. Northbound heavy 126 to Weber. Stevenson coming in, not too bad. Harlem to Central is where you tied up about 34, 355 to the drive. If you're heading out on the Stevenson, not bad at the Tri-State at 28, but it will take you 53 minutes from the drive to Veterans with the Weber crash. Inbound on the Edens 25, outbound's okay. Kennedy out 18 to Montrose. You save 6 in the Express, about 38 to O'Hare. Inbound will take you 36 from O'Hare, 23 off the Edens. Outbound Ike is 32 to Manheim, 45 to 390. Inbound 40. That's from 390, 25 from Manheim. Dan Ryan out, 17. Inbound is 18. 57, not too bad, headed out. Inbound 22 after a vehicle fired Halstead. Bishop Ford is clear. Lakeshore Drive is heavy both ways in and out from Chicago. Northbound on the Tri-State will sluggish as you connect with the Ike, but the rest of your tollways are good. 80 East, new crash. This is at the Des Plaines River Bridge, blocking a lane, heavy from Larkin. Got traffic eastbound 8094 off the Bishop Ford to Kennedy Ave. No westbound complaints. 9465 in the toll road, good through Elgin. You got a crash at Randall and Hops Road. Next traffic report, 618. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Well, we're at 40 degrees at the airports and the lakefront at 38. Wind still active, gusting at 43 at O'Hare and 40 at Midway. The wind advisory, though, set to expire at 7 o'clock, but the Lakeshore Flood Advisory will be in effect until 11 a.m. tomorrow. And tonight, 25 in the suburbs, low 30s downtown. Tomorrow, sunshine with a high of 45. The News Watch continues now at 6:10. A suburban restaurant owner who's fighting Governor Pritzker in court over COVID restrictions says the governor's phased plan to reopen the state's economy fully is a needless delay. WBBM's Jim Gudis with the story.
Casey Goldbrough, the owner of the Foxfire restaurant in Geneva, says basing the full reopening of restaurants on vaccination rates is the wrong approach.
There's better ways to prevent the spread of COVID. Just basic hand washing, sanitation, and being safe is a lot better than vaccine, especially now with the new variants is coming up and they're wondering if those will be protected or not. I think this creates another hurdle for Illinois businesses to have to jump.
Goldbrough insists with lower COVID infection rates and safety precautions in place, restaurants have proven they can operate safely at full capacity regardless of vaccination levels. While he says his restaurant will survive the pandemic, he's talked with other owners who say the governor's plan could force them to close by delaying their ability to reopen fully. Jim Gudis, News Radio 105.9 FM.
A popular tamale maker now suing the business partners of a recently opened Chicago restaurant that was named after him. He says they're now trying to push him out.
Claudio Velez has been selling tamales out of a cooler for decades at Northside bars, earning him the nickname the Tamale Guy. His popularity then grew to the point where he could open up the Tamale Guy Chicago restaurant in Ukrainian Village, which on opening day in August brought lines of customers looking to buy tamales made with his special recipe. Shortly after, he fell ill with COVID and had to take a break to recover while his partners in the business maintained operations. Now a lawyer for Velez tells the Tribune that one of the first things that will be looked at is accounting records after a lawsuit was filed Tuesday against co-owners Pierre and Kristen Vega. Lawyers say the Vegas have not been letting Velez get back to work making and selling tamales and have not been sharing profits, telling him that there are none. Brandon Eisen, News Radio 105.9 FM.
Navy Pier remains closed, but visitors to a new upscale hotel on the pier, that's open.
Sable at Navy Pier is the first hotel to break ground on Chicago's iconic Lake Michigan. Bob Habib, CEO of Maverick Hotels, says the grand opening is a sign the hospitality industry is bouncing back.
The fact that business is starting to claw its way back, no matter how slowly, is, I think, cause for a great cheer in the city.
Michael Jacobson, president and CEO of the Illinois Hotel and Lodging Association, says the new plan to ease COVID restrictions in the state offers a life raft to hoteliers.
Hotels are going to be reopening, rehiring their staff, and they could start getting some cash flow back in the door just to be able to hang on and survive.
Still, Jacobson doesn't expect the hotel industry to reach its pre-pandemic revenue levels until at least 2024. Rachel Pearson, News Radio 105.9 FM.
A bill moving through the General Assembly would require sex education in most state schools.
An Illinois House committee has approved a bill that would require sex education in kindergarten through 12th grade in all public schools. Current law leaves it up to local districts. Capital News Illinois reports House Bill 1736 would create 3 sets of instructions. Kindergarten through 2nd would focus on personal safety and identifying trusted adults. 3rd through 5th would include bullying prevention, harassment, body image, sexual orientation, and gender identity. And 6th through 12th would include sexual harassment and pregnancy prevention. The bill now goes to the full House. Cisco Cotto, News Radio 105.9 FM.
A controversial big-name political figure is raising eyebrows in a relatively small suburban race.
An online ad features Orland Township candidate Scott Casper and a friend dining and criticizing Township Supervisor Paul O'Grady, the man Casper's trying to unseat. Suddenly, ex-Governor Rod Blagojevich joins them.
I couldn't help but overhear you talking about politicians getting in trouble. Well, I know something about that.
Blagojevich blasts O'Grady and offers advice to voters.
I would tell them to say to Paul O'Grady, you're fired.
Paul O'Grady was in disbelief.
I just find it ironic that Scott Casper would get, Rod Blagojevich, the king of pay-to-play, to falsely accuse me of allegations in this campaign.
He questions Casper's judgment. Craig Dellamore, News Radio 105.9 FM.
Each weekday for 11 chances to win $1,000. Tune back in at 22 minutes past every hour from 7 till 6. $1,000 could be yours. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
There's always that one team that ruins your bracket. That's why this year, bet the tournament on FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. Hi, it's Josh Liss, your sports guy. On FanDuel, your first bet is risk-free. New users get up to $1,000 back in site credit if your first bet doesn't win. FanDuel has all the odds on all the action with games day and night. Easy-to-use app, multiple deposits, and fast withdrawals. Always on promotions. Your next chance to win with FanDuel is only minutes away. Will you ride Gonzaga and Baylor and Michigan in the favorite?
favorites or hook your hopes to an underdog. If that's not enough, FanDuel wants to make you a millionaire. They're giving away $1 million to one lucky bettor. New and existing users get an additional shot at the payout every day you bet the tourney. FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of Radio.com and WBBM. If you want a shot at becoming a millionaire or even a thousandaire, download the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Just use promo code Josh so they know I sent you. FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code Josh. 21 or older, present in Illinois. No purchase necessary. Restrictions apply for $1 million drawing. Risk-free offer for first online real money wager only. Site credit non-withdrawable. Expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See sportsbook.fanduel.com for details. Problem 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's 6:15. Time now to update your AccuWeather forecast, sponsored by the Lynch Truck Center and his meteorologist, Bob Larson.
Lakeshore flood advisory in effect till 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wind advisory set to expire at 7 this evening. Cold tonight, turning out clear. The wind gradually subsiding. Low 25 in the western suburbs, 31 at the lakefront. For tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, but also a chilly breeze. High 45, closer to 40 at the lakefront. Clear, cold weather tomorrow night. Low 23 to 28. Turning warmer over the weekend. Mostly sunny on Saturday. High 56. Still cooler at the lakefront. Sunday, sunshine mixing with clouds, becoming breezy, high up to 63. Monday, more clouds and sun, breezy and warm, high again 63. Cloudy, breezy and mild Tuesday. Could be some showers. Tuesday, high near 60. The lakefront temperature 38, Midway 40, O'Hare 40, and Spring Grove it's 39. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Bob Larson on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
It's 6:16 and time to find a new Porsche at PorscheLincolnwood.com. And time for sports. Here's Dave Kerner.
Andy Dalton, the newest Bears quarterback, a one-year deal at $10 million. He'll get $3 million more in incentives. Met the media today, discussed the past and what he hopes will be a good future with the Bears. Here's WBBM's Jeff Joniak.
In this market, the quarterback needs to be mentally tough and drown out the noise and criticism. Andy Dalton handled some of that in Cincinnati, and he's aware of the lukewarm reception here in town.
I obviously know there's been a lot of talk, and but I'm coming in from the outside. A lot of people don't, know a ton about me. I'm going to get to learn a lot about me while I'm here, and so that's all I'm worried about. And so for me, I'm here now. And hopefully everybody gets a chance to see who I am as a player, as a person, and see what we're going to be able to do with this organization. And so, I'm excited about the opportunity. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk, but, I'm not worried about any of that.
Instead, he's diving deep into the Bears' offensive plans. He did his homework in advance, watching a lot of tape of the Bears in 2020, their struggles and their successes, and remains excited about the weapons in place. Covering the Bears, Jeff Joniak, News Radio 105.9 FM.
All right, to hockey, where the Blackhawks have an early 1-0 lead in Tampa. Matthias Janmark scoring unassisted, a power play goal for the Hawks. College basketball NCAA tournament first four. Texas Southern beating Mount St. Mary's 60-52 in a game of 16 seeds. Right now, a game of 11 seeds late in the first half. Wichita State leads Drake 21-20. With sports on your home of the Bears, Dave Kerner, News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
It's 6:18, time for WBBM's traffic and weather. Together on the 8, sponsored by Amtrak.com. Here's Claire Lane.
New crash on the inbound Bishop Ford. It's just past 111th, and it is blocking the left lane. You are heavy before 115th. 20 minutes to get to the Ryan because of it. It's also 20 on the inbound side of 57 just because it is. 57 headed out 17 up, but on the Bishop Ford is clear. Eden's coming in 22, no outbound complaints. Headed the out 14 to Montrose, who saved 2 in the Express, 34 to O'Hare. About 32 coming in from O'Hare, 20 coming in from the Edens. Outbound Ike is 28 to Manheim, 41 to 390. About 36 coming in from Route 390, 23 to get downtown from Manheim. Stevens is kind of messy still. Headed outbound because the inbound side is delay-free. You're not too bad at the Tri-State at 26 minutes. It is 50 minutes to reach Veterans Memorial Tollway because of ongoing crash cleanup 55 south at Weber. Unfortunately, a crash involving a semi and a vehicle, and it is taking time to clear. The 2 left lanes remain blocked, so everybody's squeezing by on the right. Northbound Gapers, 126 to Weber. Dan Ryan out 25, clear coming in. Lakeshore Drive, so both ways out Chicago, but your tollways are good. Eastbound 80, earlier crash near the display
Plains River Bridge has been towed. Traffic is sponsored by Amtrak. When you're ready to go, Amtrak is ready to take you. With enhanced cleaning and safety protocols and private rooms available, and with more than 500 destinations, they can get you safely and comfortably to small towns and big cities across the country. Learn more at Amtrak.com. There's traffic report 628 News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Back with the forecast tonight. The wind advisory is set to expire at 7 o'clock. Clear tonight. Winds gradually subsiding. A low 25 in the suburbs and low 30s downtown. Tomorrow, sunshine, a high 45 and near 40 at the lakefront. 40 at the airport's lakefront at 38. It's 620. Our top story this hour, Governor Pritzker's new plan to transform Illinois into a post-pandemic reality. The governor today said vaccine eligibility will widen starting April 12th, and he's setting a new bridge phase for expanding business activity as soon as 70% of seniors are vaccinated against COVID-19. And the announcement comes as President Biden announces the U.S. will meet its goal by tomorrow, vaccinating 100 million people in the first 100 days of his presidency. We'll have much more on this story at 6:31. There's new information about the suspect in a double murder in LaSalle County.
37-year-old Donald Fredris, who's accused of murdering his ex-wife's parents in their home and shooting the windows out of her home several miles away, has been under a court order for 3 years to stay away from the town of Sheridan and to have no contact with his ex-wife. The local radio station, WCMY, reports she initially sought an order of protection in April of 2018, accusing her ex-husband of littering her yard with nails, watching her home, and repeatedly sending messages to her and her new husband from a fake social media account. Police said he banged on the door of her home on Tuesday night and then shot out the windows. When she later called her parents, she learned they had been shot to death. Mike Krauser, News Radio 105.9 FM.
There's a new proof of a link between cancer and cardiovascular disease.
35% of Americans who had cancer had a higher risk of heart disease in the next decade, compared to 23% of those who did not have cancer. That's according to researchers at The Ohio State University. They note that radiation and chemotherapy can affect a person's cardiovascular health. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
It's 6:21 and time now for the Grain Sense Minute spot.
Come on.
Who turned off my video?
8094. You're wide open on 57, so keep that in mind. Eden's also wide open. Kennedy out 12 to Montrose, 8 in the Express is 32 minutes to O'Hare, about a half an hour. We're coming into the Jane Byrne, about 18 off the Edens. Up on Ike, still heavy. Sacramento to first. 27 to Manheim, 40 minutes to 390. A little bit lighter coming in. 35 from 390, 22 minutes from Manheim. Stevenson out 32 to the Tri-State, about 43 minutes to 355. Inbound is good. Dan Ryan coming out now. You got a crash in the Express at 63rd. A lane is blocked. Heavy from Garfield. About 26 minutes to reach the split. Inbound is 19. Lakeshore Drive heavy north as you pass Navy Pier. You can wave to it. Southbound tied up at Chicago Avenue. Northbound on the Tri-State building, just a bit where you'd expect, though, as you approach the Eisenhower ramps. The rest of your tollways are delay-free, and you're checking in just fine coming in or out of Indiana. Next traffic report, 648. News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
WBBM Extrajet AccuWeather forecast. Wind advisory expiring at 7 this evening. Lakeshore flood advisory till 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Turning out mostly clear tonight and quite chilly. The wind gradually diminishing. Low 25 in the western suburbs, 31 at the lakefront. Good deal of sunshine tomorrow along with a chilly breeze. High 45 near 40 at the lakefront. The lakefront temperature now 38. Midway 40. O'Hare 40 in St. John. It's 38. I'm AccuWeather's Bob Larson on Chicago's weather station. News Radio 780 at 105.9 FM.
It's 6:40. Federal health officials plan to revise their guidance on what is safe distance from children in the classroom.
The CDC is expected to issue a change to their COVID-19 recommendations tomorrow, according to an administration official, that could help many more schools reopen, allowing some students to be spaced just 3 feet apart. The agency currently recommends 6 feet, but recent studies suggest that with the proper precautions, there's little spread among students at the smaller distances. Alexander Tin, CBS News, Washington.
Well, there's some concern raised during the past week about the safety of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Now, one major health organization says the vaccine is safe.
The AstraZeneca vaccine is being given a thumbs up by the European Union's Drug Regulatory Agency. It says the vaccine does not increase blood clots. This paves the way for countries that have suspended its use to once again administer the vaccine. Hans Klug is with the World Health Organization. He agrees.
The benefits of the AstraZeneca vaccine far outweigh its risk, and its use should continue to save lives.
One of the first countries to react, Italy, announced it will resume vaccine shots as early as Friday. Steve Futterman, CBS News.
It's day 2 of a 2-day severe weather outbreak in a large part of the country.
While more than 24 tornadoes were reported across the mid and deep south yesterday, there have been no confirmed deaths or serious injuries, and there wasn't widespread damage. More severe weather, including tornadoes, will threaten much of Georgia and the Carolinas today. Coastal areas of North and South Carolina face the greatest risk. Jim Crisilda, CBS News.
And the CTA via Twitter says the Howard-bound Red Line trains are standing at Lake due to police activity. Crews are working to restore that service. A new poll gauging New Yorkers' views on Governor Cuomo, who's been accused of multiple incidents of sexual misconduct and of undercounting deaths in nursing homes.
Nearly half of New York voters say Governor Andrew Cuomo should not resign despite allegations of sexual harassment and a January report from the New York Attorney General that found nursing home deaths in the state, quote, may have been undercounted. A new Quinnipiac University poll found 49% of New York voters say the governor should not resign, while 43% say he should step down. Cuomo has denied allegations of sexual harassment and said he won't resign. Adam Brewster, CBS News.
A ride-train company says it's made a U-turn.
Lyft says it expects positive weekly growth beginning this week and through the end of the year. The ride-hailing app company says last week was its best performing in terms of volume since lockdown began a year ago. The scaling up of COVID-19 vaccine distribution is expected to gradually restore pre-pandemic normality to the ride-hailing sector following a tumultuous year for Lyft and rival Uber. And as they rebound, so does their stock. At Wednesday's close, shares of Lyft were up 250%, Uber 198% year over year. Matt Piper, CBS News.
The government is ready to help families pay for funeral bills of those lost amid the pandemic.
FEMA says it will reimburse families of coronavirus victims for funeral expenses incurred after January 20th, 2020. The agency will start accepting applications next month. People will have to provide receipts, death certificates, and proof of any money received elsewhere, such as insurance. FEMA has $2 billion for these reimbursements thanks to the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. It's going to set up an assistance program to help with outreach to communities and families. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
No matter where you're at,
Lakeshore Drive, 384.
or which direction you're heading,
Eastbound and northbound, westbound.
stay informed with WBBM's traffic and weather together on the 8th.
Know where and why there's a problem. Learn alternate routes.
Plus, you can help by calling the WBBM Duncan Traffic Tip Line at 855-780-ROAD.
855-780-ROAD.
Chicago runs on Duncan. Traffic and weather together on the 8th. Only on News Radio 780 and 105.9 FM.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
At CDW, we get that as an IT professional, your hands are full. Our experts can give you the help you need by custom configuring Apple products like the iPad and Mac, so they're ready to go right out of the box. Your employees get highly secure devices that feel familiar and operate intuitively, and you'll benefit from easy ongoing management that frees up your hands for other projects. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Apple at Work.
Top trending stories on WBBMNewsRadio.com.
We posted a link to a video of the latest appearance on camera by former governor and freed felon Rod Blagojevich. The one-time Democratic politician turned supporter of ex-President Trump is bringing in a political ad for a candidate for Orland Township supervisor. There's a new home with a 50-foot-high marble tablet engraving of the First Amendment that once made up the facade of the Washington, D.C.'s closed museum. Philadelphia's National Constitution Center has purchased the engraving and will display it across from Independence Hall. At 6:46, time for sports. Dave Kerner.
All right, we start with this Bears item. It's reported that the football club is going to cut cornerback Kyle Fuller, a past Pro Bowl player. The move apparently being made for cap reasons. The Bears matched an offer sheet that Fuller signed with the Packers 3 seasons ago to keep him. Now they're faced with letting him go, and with a year still left on his deal. Fuller with 19 career interceptions